Ladies and gentlemen, today is Wednesday, April the 8th. It is 6:30, and this meeting of the Montpelier City Council is now called to order. Before we get down to business, we could take a moment to fully bring ourselves into the space, whether you're in the room or you're on Zoom. If we could put other things aside for just a moment, maybe put our feet flat on the floor and take a couple of breaths together. And to open tonight's meeting, I'll share a few words from Albert Schweitzer, the Nobel Prize laureate and humanitarian. Often our own light goes out and is rekindled by some experience we go through with a fellow human being. Thus, we have, each of us, cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have lighted the flames within us. The purpose of human life is to serve and to show compassion and the will to help others. The only ones among you who will really be happy are those who have sought and found how to serve. Now, to help us have a welcoming, respectful, and productive meeting, let's begin with a few shared norms. We want to understand who is participating in our discussion, so please display your first and last name if you are joining remotely. And whenever you speak, whether you're on Zoom or in the room, please begin by stating your name and where you live. We want everyone who wishes to speak to have the opportunity, so please keep your comments to the allotted time. And when applicable, focus our remarks on the agenda item under discussion. We want our dialogue to remain respectful and constructive, so let's please focus our comments on policies, decisions, and ideas rather than individuals, and keep our thoughts about someone's character or intent to ourselves or some other forum. We want the meeting to remain organized and accessible to everyone, so speakers will need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. And if you have several questions, please ask them all together. And finally, we want the council to be able to complete the public's business in an orderly way. So the rules of procedure in the agenda packet will guide the meeting and may be applied as needed to keep the meeting moving and ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the democratic process and helping us create a meeting where everyone can be heard and where the community's business can be conducted respectfully and effectively. And now, if there's no objection, we'll approve the agenda. Hearing no objection, the agenda is unanimously approved. And now we will move to general business and appearances, where any members of the public or anyone at all is free to make comment. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak? Mr. Whitaker.
I just found attachment A in my own files, but I'll note that it's missing from the packet and it's referenced in the Whitenberg agreement. So if you're not familiar with it, it's the scope of services. Pretty important to know what you're voting on. So Steve Whitaker, three development teams described what they're looking forward to. DEW said together with the city, and Penrose referred to your master plan, and Chinburg said work with the city. Each one assumes the same thing, that there is a city ready to answer. Who is that? A year ago, more than half the housing committee quit. The Complete Streets Committee found in recent weeks that the Public Works Department acted in bad faith on the East State Street hearing process. The Planning Commission was cut out of the master plan for Country Club Road. The housing needs assessment that the actionable plan insisted was supposed to come before the RFP arrives only tonight. Who is the city these developers are waiting to work with? Bear with me for a second. You've heard each of these issues separately, but I need to make sure we're looking at the same landscape. Voters agreed to pay $2 million for Country Club Road. Fraser paid $3 million. We got a growth center designation. We lost it, revoked for lack of planning. We bought it for a recreation center. It became a housing site. 9 developers were asked. 2 said it wasn't feasible and left. In 2022, $143,000 contracted to White and Burke, Black River Design, and VHB. Last October, $50,000 to an exclusive broker, White and Burke, which conflicts fundamentally with the 2022 contract. It did not supersede. Both are in existence, in effect right now, and they conflict with each other. Now $70,000, $20,000 to a lawyer at your last meeting, $20,000 more tonight, and $300,000 contingent bonus in the White and Burke contract that the public's never really been told about. Rewarding speed towards commitments, a Superior Court judge has been asked to stop. Too bad it's not your money. It's the citizens of Montpelier's money. It's theirs and it's their children's. On top of the $3 million we've spent or committed, more than $372,000. After nearly 4 years, still no city plan for this land, no growth center, no TIF district, no path to an Act 250 permit, no permit to dig in water and sewer. And on that land, the land that we don't have a permit to dig, Parks went ahead and dug erosion control swales through the soil. We allowed a commercial club to dig pits for frisbee golf. We burned a pile of Christmas trees on mercury contaminated land. We gave a 10-year lease to a child care center, and we ran an RFP. We know what's in that soil. We don't know how much or how deep or what it's going to cost to fix. The cleanup fund everybody's pointing to is for all of central Vermont. And there are children in a building and playing on untested soils right now while we're told to pay it no mind. How does a city buy a brownfield and do all that before breakfast? We've spent $3 million to buy this land and $372,000 more to plant it, and we're still sitting in a soiled bathtub with cataracts on our eyes. One more thing, the White and Burke contract was sole sourced in plain violation of the city's own purchasing rules. The charter is explicit. Contracts executed in violation of those rules are void. Not voidable, void. Tonight's agenda covers sheet says legal requirements, none. The city's not presenting tonight's $20,000 as a cure, it's presenting it as routine. But you can't amend an instrument that has no legal existence. An amendment to a void contract is not a fresh start. It's a second void act built on the first void act. A branch grafted onto a dead root doesn't bring the tree back to life. The Superior Court judge is to rule on whether that original contract is legally nothing. Tonight's vote doesn't resolve that question, it adds to it. The developers and the citizens of Montpelier deserve to know that before anyone signs anything. But underneath all of it, the committee that quit, the bad faith, the soil we haven't reckoned with, the children on it now, underneath all of that is something worth doing right. A master plan gives the people of Montpelier a chance to imagine themselves there, living there, playing there with their kids, getting there safely in every season by design from the beginning. Can my kids get to school safely on their own? That's the $10 million question this process has never asked. Once in 4 or 5 generations in a city this size, this land opportunity will not come again. And right now, I'm not convinced we have the governance integrity to make the land safe. The decisions aren't being made in a way that earns that confidence. The question isn't whether we value this place enough to dream about it. The question is whether we care enough about it to tell the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitaker, for your poetic opinion.
I'm sure you
is there
listened real
anyone
carefully, Mr. Mayor. I could tell by how quickly you interrupted.
Thank you. You're out of order. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak? Mr. Kelman.
Peter Kelman, Mountain View Street, Montpelier. I would have liked to comment on at least 4 important agenda items on tonight's overly packed agenda. But as a result of the council's current policy of disallowing public comment at the time the agenda meeting items are being discussed, I really can't do justice to all 4 in the brief time allotted during general business and appearances. So instead, I submitted written comments about 2 of these agenda items, the tax stabilization policy and committee administration policy, both of which I hope council members have had an opportunity to read and will seriously consider. Later, I'll address the third item during the public hearing on the sprinkler alarm ordinance, which I believe is permitted despite the policy governing city council meeting items. As to the fourth agenda item, the large and complex Montpelier housing assessment carried out by staff of the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, I assume that the presentation will be a 30,000-foot executive summary with the details left to be read by council members and others like me on their own, and hopefully to be used by the Housing Committee as they formulate concrete policy proposals to the council, which might be a more appropriate time and place for me to make comments and suggestions to that committee. So I'd like to take the remainder of my allowed time to comment on the council's current public comment policy and its alleged roots in a concern about public engagement. We're living in troubled times, ones in which most members of the public across the country are understandably primarily concerned with their own immediate needs and those of their families and friends. In contrast, the machinations of national, state, and even local governments feel quite removed and are generally perceived as being unresponsive to those needs. Thus, I believe that the council's current public comment policy is not only based on false premises about the causes of public disengagement in Montpelier, but in fact is exacerbating the problem. If the council truly wishes to have wider public engagement, I would suggest that it consider at least the following alternatives to the current public comment policy, which is clearly not bringing more people to participate in city council meetings. One, cover sheets for agenda items should include carefully written and edited, plain language descriptions of the item. I'll say more about the concept of plain language during the public hearing. Two, the plain language description of those agenda items that may have broad impacts on residents should be posted on the city manager's weekly report, the city Facebook page, and Front Porch Forum on the same day the city council meeting agenda is published, so that a wide range of residents will have the time to read and digest what is going to be discussed at the following week's meeting. Three, as part of a general overhaul, the agenda feature on the city website should be make it truly easy for ordinary people like me to find, download, and print individual agenda packet items or parts of them. For example, the executive summary of the very long housing needs assessment can't be printed separately. City council meetings should be scheduled to take place weekly so as to provide adequate time to carefully address all matters that the council needs to consider. Generally, these meetings would be scheduled such that every other week, the agenda would consist primarily of mandated matters such as required hearings, contract approvals, technical presentations by the finance department or DPW, committee appointments, and most consent agenda items. And during the other week's meeting, the agenda could consist of policy matters that have clear implications for residents and would provide a real opportunity for the council to hear and perhaps even have a carefully managed and thoughtful exchange with members of the public. I'll leave off for now and return during the public hearing to share some concerns about the opaque manner in which the sprinkler ordinance amendment has been presented before the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. I heard several good suggestions from you, and we will consider those things. Councilor Sheridan, do you want to speak? Can't hear you. I think you're still muted.
Okay. Hear
Gotcha.
me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to speak about what happened with me between the last council meeting and this council meeting. I did not have council email for almost 9 days. That's unacceptable. When I first noticed Thursday, and also I have been kicked off council email every month for almost a year now. So when what I do is I pin it to my computer And 2 Thursdays ago, I went and looked and it was gone again, taken right off, which means I can't get in. So I go to Outlook and it says sign in. I sign in, invalid password. This is what I've gone through for 12 months. So Friday morning, I go down to the city manager's office and I ask, can somebody send me a link so I can change my password? Because I have learned that that's how you do it after an hour session with our useless IT people. So I go down and I'm told, yeah, you'll have a link by the end of the day. Okay. Friday came and went, no link. So I don't have it all weekend. So I go down on Monday. And I asked to see Kelly. Well, of course, Kelly's in Colorado, so can't be done till Thursday. So I definitely said to the staff there, I need when she comes in Thursday for this to be done firsthand. Thursday came and went, nothing was done. Friday came and went, nothing was done until Mark called me and asked if I had my email yet. The reason he knew I didn't have it, because he called me the Friday before and said, we're all waiting on you to respond to the FOIA request of Steve about, do you have emails with the people at the child care center? And I said, pretty hard to know what I'm responding to when I'm not even getting emails. I don't know what I'm supposed to respond to. I told him, of course, I haven't had any emails with anybody. I don't even have the email. So I guess Mark said, well, on the second Friday, I'll see what I can do. And by the end of the day, well, lo and behold, thank you, Mark, I had email. Then I'm trying to catch up emails on a very hectic week for me in which I was a caregiver all week. So I didn't have time to come in every day and hound people to give me access to being able to go online. Now, I also asked when I was down there, how do other counselors deal with this? Well, I was told no other counselors have this problem. So it's really just on me. So I don't want to deal with our IT people. When I dealt with them one time, they ran out both my phones. I tried to tell them how it could be done. They didn't listen to me. So I never got through. To be honest with you, with some of the things that have been happening with me all year, I'm starting to think I'm being targeted by people who want me off the council. Because, I get on people about the executive sessions. I dress down the staff in public. I mean, shame on me for getting after people who lie about me or don't do what they promised me or any of that. I'm really feeling like people want me off the council. I don't feel connected. I'm talking, Mark. I don't feel connected to this group at all. I feel like I don't feel even a part of it. You don't second my motions. I don't feel included on anything. I will not be coming to any meetings live. And I will not be meeting with the city manager. That's just a waste of my time and her time. Honestly, Kelly, I don't know why you didn't get that to me that first Friday. But I have 4 things now that I've seen you make missteps on, and I'm losing faith in you. In fact, I'm losing faith in a lot of this, and I'm just tired of it. So I'm not going anywhere, but I'm not joining you. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you, Jim. I will work with you to make sure that you feel more and more connected as much as we can get. If you've got technical problems, I'm happy to help you with those things. If we can take care of those things offline, that would be probably the best use of the public's time. But thank you very much for bringing that to our attention, and I'll work with you offline on those things. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Elias Gardner from Middlesex. I'm the executive director at the new school. I saw in the bridge that our tax stabilization application may have come up last council meeting, and someone characterized it as a gift. And I just wanted to take a quick second to explain what it would mean to us. The new school is a therapeutic school. We're approved by the AOE to serve some of Vermont's students with some of the most challenges in Vermont. We serve public schools. All of our students come from public schools when they need assistance providing education. The AOE sets our tuition based on the costs. And we have been in Montpelier for over 20 years. And when we've been renting from the Vermont College of Fine Arts 2 basements, when they sold their campus, we were faced with the decision of either find a new place to be or try to take over these buildings. And so we purchased both 41 and 45 College Street. And we're making the best go we can of keeping those buildings up, but they have decades of deferred maintenance. And so, frankly, after multiple rounds of leaking steam pipes encased in asbestos, we, figured out how to pay for replacing that heat system, but it puts us right on the edge of solvency. And so tax stabilization for us is really going to help make a big difference for us, for our survival. And it allows us to start looking at how do we pay for fixing the roof in alumni, which nobody knows when it was done last and could leak any day. We've been trying hard to make that space available to the community more than it has been in the past. We let the Montpelier Police Department use it for free. The farmers market is there now, and we're trying as hard as we can to keep the costs down, but the building costs over $1,000 a day to maintain and operate. So I just wanted to say that out loud. I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar with Montpelier's process for everything. So wanted you to keep that in mind when you think of our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't generally engage in back and forth during public comment, but are there any members of the council who have questions?
Actually, I just want to say, I think we really appreciate I'll speak for myself, really appreciate the work that you do. It's vitally important to our state. And I think you're a great community neighbor and partner. I'm really glad you're here. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or on Zoom before we close general business and appearances? All right, seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to item number 5, the consent agenda. Are there any items or any counselors who would like to discuss or pull anything off of the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept it. Yes.
Sorry,
I should say for people. Yes, Manager Curry.
So you've been requested to pull the street closure permit for the bike swap. They are going to amend their request, and I've advised that they should submit their amended request for the next council meeting.
Yes, Councilor Gill.
And then we just had a question from the public constituent about the police cruisers. So I think we were going to get a statement about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm happy to report, unfortunately, the police chief had a conflict, and I thought I could handle this because this has, as I understand, it had been covered in your discussions with the adoption of the capital plan and the budgeting process, that over the years there has been some contemplation of electric vehicle cruisers. There are some viable options for what they need. However, without a dedicated charging station for the police to use, that complicates their ability to provide service if they are not able to have a charged vehicle at the times when they need to have it. And so that was what contributed to the decision for the selection of this type of cruiser. Given the lead times that are necessary right now for vehicles to be delivered, this is why they wanted your authorization. Now the vehicles wouldn't be accepted or paid for until the new fiscal year, which is when they're budgeted for.
Is there any plans in the future for electric vehicles? I mean, it's not difficult to get a charger put in. The state gives you a free charger. So what's the limitation?
As I am coming in behind these conversations, but as I understand it, the estimated cost for that was around $100,000 to put one in. And so that has
That's not true.
contributed to the decision that the capital committee made as a advice to the council last fall.
Okay, we've just gotten some comments about this, and I think that it's important for us to talk about. I mean, especially now when gas is $5 a gallon and it's going to go up, electric vehicles is an opportunity for us to invest. It's lower cost for convenience. I mean, we have electric vehicles. I had one installed in my house. Guarantee you it's not $100,000. And we have the fastest electric vehicle chargers in the state across the street. And that is a fact. And so I just don't know why we're purchasing a gas vehicle. Doesn't make sense to me. If anyone in the council has recollection of, I know we've talked about it, but I don't have time to go back in our website and try to find all these minutes. It's ridiculous.
Councilor Doyle, did you have a comment?
Well, I know we talked about vehicles at the capital planning, which I don't remember having a conversation in that process. I don't remember having a conversation about electric vehicles. I don't recall that, but I think that would be a really great venue to have that conversation for sure.
Do I understand, Manager Curry, that at this time, what's on the consent agenda is for us to approve a recommendation that's been made by the police department, but that there are opportunities for us to discuss, including electric vehicles in any of our fleets at some time in the future. Do I understand that correctly?
So this is the authorization to spend the money that you budgeted for the cruisers in the forthcoming year's budget. So the FY27 budget. That process was reviewed by the capital plan committee of fleet as well as other capital project items. That was a recommendation to then the council for inclusion in that budget that you all adopted in, I think, January, and then went to the public vote for town meeting day. And so this is putting those decisions, authorizing the expense for those cruisers that were identified and approved. And so, we can pull this and you guys can hear directly from the police chief at a future meeting. It will potentially delay the delivery of their vehicles, but that's for your consideration and could be important to do. But it's in line with the prior decisions that the council had.
Councilor Gill, would you like to pull this item?
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely approved the purchase of a new vehicle, which, yes, check that off the list. But I think this is an opportunity to explore an electric vehicle. That's what my concern is. And I think it's just going to cost the city so much money in gas to have a Ford F-150, and they do come in EV models. So
I would just note that we do bulk purchasing for fuel out at the DPW station where our fleet fuels up.
So what's the analysis between a bulk fuel purchase versus charging your car versus electricity? I mean, are we talking like a $10 a month savings or like $100,000 a month savings? I think it's just important, especially now, for us to do that analysis because oil is going to get more expensive. And I think we do have a net zero goal in Montpelier, and we did approve the purchase of a vehicle. And why not? I mean, I don't see anything in here about an analysis versus a gas vehicle versus an electric vehicle. Like, I just don't know why we didn't do that.
Good points. So just to get back to the process though, do we want to pull this item off of the consent agenda so we can pass the rest of the things and then come back to this discussion as its own item?
I mean, I would like to see a little bit more information before I commit to.
Councilor Alfano, I'm sorry, Adrian, didn't mean to cut you off.
Pulling it off today's agenda and postponing discussion until next meeting when we can we'll have had an opportunity to review more information.
And let me just get clear, the more information would be the history of the discussions relative to why EVs were not recommended as part of the capital plan for this forthcoming year's budget. I just want to be able to build the body of info that would help you.
If I may, let's pull this item off of the agenda. We'll put it at the bottom of the agenda today, and we can have a further discussion about that in an effort to move along. We have guests who are here to present to us. I'd like to be respectful of their time. Is that okay, Councilor Gill?
Sure.
Are you sure?
So I think
It's-
we can go back to the city. I would like to know what the pros and cons were from the capital. I mean, we did approve the budget. I think all I want to know is what is the analysis between, you said you have bulk gas. So what is the cost of that? What would the cost be for an electric vehicle? We have to get an installation for an EV charger. What is the cost for monthly charging? I mean, these numbers exist. And so I'd love a side-by-side comparison of cost, because for $94,000, what is the cost for an EV vehicle? And then to maintain it, I think for me is long-term cost savings. And if it's not true, if it doesn't come out like that, then I think at least we have a data-driven decision. Right now, I don't have any data to make a intelligent decision on, and because I know we have other options.
You're asking,
Go ahead, Councilor Doyle.
just like what you would like to see in like Sal's suggestion, that come back in 2 weeks with just that analysis.
That's it.
Yeah, I think
That's
that
all.
seems like a way to move this forward, that maybe we just pull it
Okay.
off the agenda for tonight, come back in 2 weeks with a one-pager analysis on those things.
Okay, do we require a motion and a second and discussion to pull something off, or we just pull it off? Councilor Thomas.
Because I don't have electrical vehicle, I don't know anything about them. It will be great to see how long, like durability, like between them. So if we buy the gas one, yeah, we can use the 40 years. The other one we can use 50, like something like that will be very good if we can add. Thanks.
All right, with the exception of this item, which we're going to pull, that's the, where is it, the car, the code, E. We're going to pull E from the consent agenda. Is there anything else that needs to be pulled off of the consent agenda before we can have a motion to accept it? D, that there was one that where the applicant withdrew the application, they will apply for something else in the future. That was the Onion River, right? The bike swap. May I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. Is there any further discussion about the consent agenda? All in favor of adopting the consent agenda minus item E, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, we are moving on to the next, well, there are two that are aimed at honoring folks who serve our city. And first is a resolution to honor former Mayor Jack McCullough. I'd like to read this here, and then I'll invite you to the table. Whereas, wait a minute, that's the wrong one. It also starts with whereas, though, and just says, whereas Jack McCullough has dedicated the last 8 years in service to the citizens and city of Montpelier, first as a city councilor in District 3 from 2018 to 2023, and then as mayor from 2023 to 2026. Whereas Jack was a longtime participant in council meetings for many years before he was elected to office. Whereas Jack was a strong and consistent advocate for housing, including being a forming member of the Montpelier Housing Authority, an independent housing agency whose board is appointed by the city council, as well as a founding member of what is now the city's housing committee, an advisory board to the council. And whereas Jack was a consistent advocate on city council for the purchase of the former Elks Club golf course and supporter of converting the Country Club Road property into housing and recreation amenities. And whereas Jack has been a longtime justice of the peace and a member of the Board of Civil Authority, playing an important role in ensuring transparency and accuracy of local elections and fairly adjudicating taxpayers' appeals. And whereas Jack was an active participant on the Police Review Committee, which resulted in many positive changes towards strengthening the city's commitment to community policing, while also affirming the quality of the Montpelier Police Department. And whereas Jack's lifelong career with legal aid, both in Michigan and Vermont, specializing in low-income housing law and mental health law, brought a voice for underrepresented citizens of Montpelier to city council policies. And whereas Jack provided steady community leadership during the 2023 flood and aftermath, including his instrumental role in obtaining special post-flood state funding to aid the city. And whereas Jack led a divided council through a difficult transition period, resulting in a unanimous choice for a new city manager. And whereas Jack has been a voice of reason, logic, and calm when issues became volatile or emotional, now therefore be it resolved that we, the City Council, do hereby express our profound gratitude and admiration for the contributions of Jack McCullough to the civic, legal, democratic, and equitable life of the members of our community. Do we have a motion to accept this resolution?
I will accept the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Is there a second? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Is there any discussion? All in favor of adopting this resolution, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the resolution is unanimously adopted. And before I present you with this key, I'd just like to read another piece that I brought for myself. This is from Theodore Roosevelt's address, The Man in the Arena, from 1910. I'm sure many of you have heard it before. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Jack, if you'll meet me in front of the table. I'd like to present you with a small token of our gratitude for the city. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything?
Yes.
Sure, that was everyone else. Thank you very much, Jack.
Well, thank you all. I think this is tremendous. When Mark texted me a couple of weeks ago asking me for my availability for a council meeting for this, I was totally surprised. I had no expectation that anything like this would happen, and I really appreciate everything you've said in the resolution. I can say that through my years on the council, and especially as mayor, I would often find myself going out in public speaking of various kinds, and I would regularly start out by saying that it was my honor to serve as mayor of the city. And I truly believe it was an honor to serve on the council and as mayor. And I think that it was always a tremendous opportunity to do as much as I possibly could for this city, and for which I've made my home for over 40 years. And I'm sure I'm not the only person in this room who loves this city and will always do what we can to make do the best we can for the city. I particularly appreciate the mayor's comments at the very beginning of the meeting from Albert Schweitzer about service, because that's what we're all about. That's what I'm driven by pretty much every day. My wife pointed out to me that, well, you don't have to be thinking about city council business every day now. And it's true. I'm not getting up in the middle of the night. I'm not thinking about city council business every day, but I'm still motivated to serve, and I continue to serve the city, and I very much appreciate this. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jack. Thanks, Jack.
You're gonna stay, Chad, right?
All right, we are now on to agenda item number 7. There wasn't enough time to circulate around language to get feedback on a resolution, so we're doing this one by mayoral proclamation, but I have had some feedback that whenever possible in the future, we will try to do these things through council resolution that we can all collaborate on. This one is a little bit time sensitive, as next week is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And I'm enjoying hearing my own voice so much, I'm going to read this one again. Whereas National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week is held annually during the second week of April to honor public safety telecommunicators. For anyone who doesn't know who we're talking about our dispatchers who work very hard for our public safety departments, for their commitment, service, and skill while executing a crucial role in our network of emergency responders. And whereas the most recent data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates approximately 100,000 individuals work in the public safety telecommunications field as 911 call takers, police, fire, and EMS dispatchers, and related roles in the United States, and handle over 240 million calls annually. And whereas 8 full-time dispatchers and 2 part-time dispatchers currently serve the city of Montpelier within the Montpelier Police Department, providing a calm and reassuring voice at the other end of the phone when members of our community need them most. And whereas the dispatchers of the police department serve our community around the clock, 365 days a year, coordinating the swift and effective response of police, fire, and emergency medical services. And their behind-the-scenes dedication is the vital link between those in crisis and the help they urgently need. And whereas these first of the first responders carry the weight of intaking and triaging calls for help with empathy, professionalism, and grace under pressure, exemplifying the spirit of public service in every aspect of their work. And whereas National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week presents an opportunity for the city of Montpelier to pause and express its profound gratitude to these exceptional public servants whose voices bring calm to chaos and whose swift actions save lives every day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor of the City of Montpelier, Vermont, do hereby proclaim the week of April 12th through 18th, 2026 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and encourage all community members to reflect on and celebrate the work of these dedicated individuals and the service they provide to our grateful city. And before we go on, I would like to call out these folks by name, some of whom are here with us on Zoom. And after I've called everyone's name, I would invite you to say something if you would like. Don't feel any pressure, please. But Dispatch Supervisor Carrie McCool, Senior Dispatcher Danny Frattini, Dispatchers Annette King, Emily Page, Andy Searles, Sarah Bordenaro, Dominique Gonzalez, Caitlin Hersey, and part-time dispatchers Scott Bagg and Ken Chrisman. Thank you all very much for your service. There's no need to go for a motion or a vote on this, but if we could have a round of applause, I think it's fitting. Thank you, Carrie, for coming and listening. All right, we are now on to item number 8 and 9. They're both housing related. Thank you very much for folks who have come to present to us. Thank you for being so patient. We'll first start with item number 8, the Housing Committee update. Ms. Shuren, thank you. And Mr. Heaney. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you for having us. Alyssa Shuren, Chair of the Housing Committee.
Tim Heaney, member of the Housing Committee.
So we wanted to just join you today to give you an update on some of the work that we've been doing as a committee. I think folks know here that the committee was reformed in October of 2025. There are 9 members of the committee, ranging from developers to architects to housing advocates to DRB members to environmental leaders. We have found that we have had a very productive relationship with the city council to date. And with the city staff, Matt Jelisek is our liaison. The things that we have brought before you, you have acted on, which we really appreciate. Moving forward, the tax stabilization conversation, which we're talking about tonight, engaging with on the budget for the Housing Trust Fund, putting $100,000 into that budget, which was important, giving us directional feedback on the vacancy ordinance, which is in process now, and now considering the sprinkler related codes for 3 to 6 unit buildings. So I thought I would give you just a very brief update on like how the approach we've taken so far as a committee and some of our priorities, which you also have in a document in the packet. So in terms of our approach, you know, the city's goal of 75 housing units per year is guiding our work. The city plan of 2025, the housing chapter, has also guided our work. The Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission's Montpelier housing assessment, which you'll hear, you know, more about later on this evening, has also really influenced what we have been working on. And then we've also utilized the work of the former housing committee as well. So those have been really the source materials that we have gone to in setting our priorities. We have also been getting a lot of feedback from developers individually and in a community meeting that we held last night, which I'll tell you about a little bit more. But the prioritization document that you have in front of you, it essentially lays out the factors that we're considering in prioritization, you know, so the number of units created, the support of the committee, timeliness, are there quick wins? Overall, we're looking for any that it would add capacity to city staff, any co-benefits or duplication with other committees. And our approach has really been to drive the number of housing units up annually, as well as to work collaboratively with the city council to advance our agenda and to do it in a parallel track between reactive items or timely items, as well as more proactive and planful items, because we're just finding there's, you know, like we had the sprinkler issue on our agenda for a few months from now, and then all of a sudden it came up. So we moved it up on the list. We had the appeals issue on our agenda, but in the legislature, it came up way earlier. It didn't move, but we decided to engage earlier. So we're trying to be fluid on a reactive and proactive path overall. And you can see here on the chart the timeline of what we've been working on and how that's going with, you know, the accomplishments that I've already talked about and some of the main things that we have in the works currently. In terms of the developer meeting, oh, and I should say we're collaborating not only with the city council and the city staff, but also with the planning commission. So we've been holding routine meetings with the planning commission. We had our first one about a month and a half ago. We have our where Tim Haney has been with Sandy Vitzium and occasionally with me joining, but really they're doing the bulk of the work. To talk about ways to revamp the development regulations and different approaches to that. So, you know, the planning commission is going through methodically, like chapter by chapter, and looking at potentially line edits and changes in that way. Tim and Sandy have been looking at, are there more sweeping changes or taking whole sections out and replacing them with other towns guidance or recommendations for outside of Vermont even, and considering more sweeping changes. And we're reconciling those two approaches in some of these meetings, which then the planning commission will obviously give due consideration to, and eventually you will look at. So those are basically the prioritization, the framework, what we're working on. And then in terms of last night, I'll give you a brief update on the meeting that we had last night for an hour, where we invited developers to come and give feedback on what challenges they're facing in terms of their development in Montpelier. It was attended by 12 people, including developers, housing advocates, and a couple planning commission members as well. And the concerns that were mentioned included costs related to appeals, municipal requirements, and the sprinkler 3 to 6 unit first floor building requirement. that differs from the state requirement. Local development regulations, being unclear or overly burdensome, historic designation requirements, aesthetics came up in that context, as well as things like statewide Act 250 costs, a real desire for the city to apply for the Tier 1A status, lack of growth center designations, workforce shortages, building material costs, and we talked a lot about the M&M beverage lot too, which is interesting. There were some different, it almost felt like we should have a whole meeting just on the M&M beverage lot, and maybe we will. It's on the agenda for consideration at a future meeting. There were also a lot of bright spots mentioned: the CHIP program, tax stabilization update to meet state standards, the city council allowing 6 units on to join with regard to municipal sewer and water, changes there, steep slope rules, the planning department support in understanding regs and how to handle projects, with a particular shout out to Meredith there, and major and minor site plans, and then admin costs related to the DRB being reduced. So there were some bright spots as well as some challenges, and we're going to take that feedback that we received and compare it to the work that we're doing and look at, do we need to do things differently? I think a lot of it is going to fall on the regulatory front to the process that Tim and Sandy are doing and the process the Planning Commission's doing around the regulations piece. But let me pause there, see if Tim, you have anything you want to add to that, and we can take any questions you might have.
I think Jack McCullough mentioned that in formation of the housing committee, we are here to assist and advise you on housing issues. So making sure that we're on the right track and in line with what you need us to be doing, I think it's a really important part of our mission here tonight. And I think part of it is, having listened to developers last night and talking with folks in general, it's been a bit since we've revised our zoning regulations. They've been tweaked and changed pretty continuously, but in terms of a big overhaul, it's been a while. And we're still seeing about 8 new units a year on an average, something in that range. And our goal is 75. So it's clearly not working. And so our focus is what do we need to do to make housing happen? And I think that's our primary goal.
Yeah, thank you. And Tim keeps us all honest with his experience. We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Any questions for us?
Yeah, Councilor Gill.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. First of all, it's like, this is great. So later in the agenda, we're talking about committee structures. And this is a model, I think. I mean, you've come to us, I think, at least 3 times.
A few times, yeah.
A few times.
Certainly, I got 3, I think, with 1 on Zoom.
But if someone asked me what the housing committee is doing, I could very clearly articulate what you're doing. So thank you for putting this together. This is huge because I don't really know what other committees are doing, and that's a problem for me as a city councilor. So I love that you put your goals. I love everything you've done about this. I love that you put together a plan. And Tim, you answered my question. I was going to say, how many units do we have? You said 8. So there's a huge gap there. And I think anything that, we can do as a council in terms of policies. I mean, I don't know if any of this needs to be elevated, but to accelerate that 8 units a year to 75 units a year. I mean, I think we're all very dedicated. It's part of our plan, our strategic plan. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward, and it makes me so happy. So thank you.
You're so welcome. And we're so glad to hear that. And I think the positive news is that you have a lot of people moving in the same direction. So the housing committee, the city council, you seem very aligned with also us moving in this direction. The developers last night are saying similar things. The planning commission saying similar things. So we should be able to see some progress if many of us have similar concerns and interests and are moving forward. And the work is moving. We need some pretty sweeping shifts too, in addition to this. And I think that the development regs will be an opportunity to look at that. Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you. Other councilors? Councilor Fano.
I agree with everything Adrian said. And I greatly appreciate the job you're doing. I mean, housing is really it's really a critical issue now for the city. And I know your help with the subcommittee on Country Club has been enthusiastically received. So thank you for that. And I'm sure we'll be back to you. It's something of an iterative process. So I had a chance to briefly look at the housing assessment, and I noticed that they recommended an infill survey. And I wonder if that's on your to-do list. It sounds like something we really ought to be doing. Like where can we where are the gaps in where we might be able to divide a lot or something to it's kind of seems like low-hanging fruit for infill housing. Yeah.
We do have that on our agenda to consider between April 1st and May
Great.
30th. And it hasn't come up yet, but I do think that's kind of the next layer to the work that the Regional Planning Commission has done. Do you agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, good, thank you.
We have the maps. We just have to spend the time and find the sites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What can we do to help make your work easier and more effective?
Well, I think when we request directional feedback, give that quickly, which you have and you do, because all of these priorities have different subcommittees. We have like 6 different subcommittees doing work, and people are moving with stuff rapidly. And so giving us that direction of like thumbs up, thumbs middle, thumbs down is really helpful. That you did that with the vacancy ordinance piece. And then we're a policy committee to like do the due diligence around ideas that you might have. So if you have ideas that aren't on the list here, now that you have our list, let us know and we'll look into them. And we're making progress on the things that we have, and we're hungry for like strategic impact. And so if you see anything that's missing, tell us. We have a lot of really energetic people who are doing a lot of really great work. So I appreciate the construction of the committee, and I really appreciate that you expanded the committee. And Jim, I know you had a big role in this. We had like 7 people that could be on the committee, and Carrie and Ben also, you were there at that time. Everyone was like, well, we'll just take 9. We'll just try to change the rules to take 9 because we had that, and I'm really glad we did. Yeah.
Great. Councilor Doyle?
Just really impressed with the team and engagement. And that is a reflection of the leadership of the committee. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right, we are now on to agenda item number 9, where we will hear about the housing assessment. Please come forward. Thank you.
The agenda before me.
You are 9. Yes, thank you so much.
So, about the draft of the housing assessment, I am going to share a presentation, which is just a summary of the assessment itself, but it'll help you conversation. See it on my screen. Looks great. That's fine. Oh, there we go. We caught up. So let me just.
Would
Yes.
would you introduce yourselves for everyone on Zoom, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you
Christian
so much.
Meyer, Director of Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission.
Rain Danbury, Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission.
Thank you both.
Lorraine and I have picked up this assessment since we had one planner on it. Got us off to a great start, and we've tried to catch up with her ever since and continue this work on. So a little background, we were contracted by the city to pursue this housing needs assessment, essentially following the VHFA format of a housing needs assessment, which is fairly descriptive in terms of the data that is gathered and the process of working with the municipality and community turn that into next steps, into next actions. So in approaching this document, you have our report, which takes that work and tried to boil it down. 7 key findings that we came across and rose to the surface and working with the housing committee, as well as in interviewing industry stakeholders or experts. The data has all been kept together and held onto as part of this work, but it's been put into the appendixes. There's a lot there. Each chart, each table is often a profound insight into the community, but we try to focus in really on the priorities that were being reflected back to us, and step back, kind of squint our eyes, and hope all those little points turned into a larger mosaic and give you guidance on how to take next steps. So we're going to walk through those key findings. Not surprisingly, the first one is Montpelier has a housing shortage. Evidence supporting this is the low vacancy rate, 4%, generally considered low, and it could be lower from year to year. It's hard to find really concrete or stable data when looking at just Montpelier. We did use data sets that are easily accessible, so that can be updated in future years, back compared. The thing you see in Montpelier is a 1.7 jobs housing ratio. So for every 1 housing unit, there's 1.7 jobs. It's generally an indication that you have, speaks to the rural nature of the economy, or rural, regional economy, where Montpelier is a job hub, and people live not just in the community, but in neighboring towns. But it also generally speaks to, as a rather elevated number, you might see 1.5, a healthier ratio. As was called out in the last group, new housing is slow to come online, roughly 8 units a year. But we do also want to call out where there's some victories or some areas that are stronger, namely accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and the additions of additional units on multi-unit buildings. And that doesn't mean that these 2 areas are what is needed and they should be the top priority, but it probably means they exist at some nexus of cost, regulation, and demand that's allowing them to move forward more quickly. So in moving forward, making sure you're not losing sight of what is working, promoting that good work that's already happening, and encouraging it where possible. We also tie everything back to the city plan. So I call out the goals here because I didn't have the space to call out all the strategies, but in the report, you'll see all of the strategies, which are great because it turns to actions that the planning commission, the housing committee, city staff can be taking right away that are endorsed by the city and are really turnkey next steps. Point number 2, again, not earth shattering. Housing is increasingly unaffordable. Since in the last half decade or so, housing costs have gone up very quickly for both renters and homeowners, but incomes have not pace. As a result, high level number is 20% more, or 20% homeowners are now cost burden meaning housing costs greater than 30% of their gross income. And renters are often at 36% burden in the community. The result of this is workforce, more than anything, is being priced out of the local market. Obviously, folks who buy in Montpelier can afford to buy, but these other folks might not be able to purchase a home here, even if it's their city choice. But
Christian, can you speak into the mic a little bit and maybe a little bit louder?
Sure, thank you. I can move that over. Try to right, so increasingly unaffordable, and when we start to look across industries, more and more industries require 2 incomes to be able to afford housing or rent in Montpelier. So things like municipal staff is housing for municipal staff affordable in Montpelier? Your firefighters, your teachers, are these types of professions, do they have a path to ownership or even rental in the city? And I think this was kind of a key point, because as we're looking at what strategies the city takes next, thinking a lot not just about what types of housing, condos, apartments, rentals, home ownership, but also thinking about what are the price points for that workforce housing that the city needs to maintain a healthy economy. One area that you'll hear come up a couple times is missing middle housing. And this is housing that lies somewhere between that single detached housing unit and maybe subsidized a rental apartment. It can be condos, it can be multi-units, it can be small or tiny homes, it could be many different forms, not necessarily thinking of the large scale apartment buildings. It's that in between area, which is generally smaller than single family homes, but not necessarily subsidized housing. So it'll come up a couple times. Again, there's already stuff in the municipal plan that the city can be working towards. That's endorsed by this group and the community. Number 3, there's a mismatch between available housing and housing unit size. Available housing unit sizes and household sizes. Currently, the average household in Montpelier is 1.9 residents. No residents were damaged injured in the making of that stat. Obviously, it's an average, so you're going to have one family, 1-person households, 4-person households. When you mash it all up, what we're seeing is a decrease in the size of households. Not surprisingly, like the rest of the state, there's a large number of 65+ residents in Montpelier. What we do see, which is a bit unusual for the state, is the number of 25 to 44-year-olds in Montpelier, meaning that there's kind of these two cohorts that are either large because of national demographics or large for Montpelier relative to other municipalities in the county and statewide. Often, especially the younger end of that span, the 25-year-olds, they might be new professionals looking for a smaller space. And again, our older adults may be also looking to downsize if they can stay in the community. Maybe you don't need the 4 bedrooms or a 3-bedroom house. And so when you take a step back and look at all these indicators, what we clearly see is that there are proportionally more small households, i.e. 1- and 2-person households, than there are small 1- or 0-bedroom housing units. Flip that around, there are proportionally more 3-bedroom housing units than there are 4-person households. So both these trends seem to indicate there's more bedrooms than there are people necessarily using those bedrooms. It's hard to measure that. We can't go out there and knock on everyone's door and ask them to look around their house. So one of our recommendations that's included in the report is, are there opportunities to poll the community a little more about how many people are living here? How many bedrooms do you have? Are you interested in finding a smaller space? You want to jump on this one?
Sure. So.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, Kristen stole a lot of my thunder. Just talking about the relative ages in Vermont, we know that we have a significantly higher proportion of folks who are over 65. Montpelier keeps with that trend. 31% of our population is over the age of 65. And that's going to increase for a little while, and then it's going to come down as Gen X gets older. Hi, that's me. And then it's going to get wider for millennials. As Christian said, that's the 22 to 44-year-olds. Believe it or not, Gen Z is probably going to be even bigger in Vermont, which is kind of exciting. That said, we have this idea that part of why we have a housing shortage is because older folks aren't leaving their homes and they're keeping all those bedrooms. That's really hard to assess from the data. So just to make clear that we weren't able to really to parse that out one way or the other. But what is important to know is that as folks get older, their housing needs change. Not only do they need fewer bedrooms because there are fewer people in the families, But this is also when your income has become, you know, you're past your new income earning years, and then potentially it's getting smaller and smaller relative to your cost. And then also as people face decreasing mobility or other kinds of physical challenges, having units which are universal design or universally accessible. So what this means is wider doorways, ramps going up, not big steep steps, thresholds between rooms so that you can easily get a walker or a wheelchair. And that's the beauty of universal design, is that it's accessible for not just folks who are older, but for folks who have other physical limitations, for folks who have limited eyesight. So there's a lot of real benefits. And this is one of the things that you've called out in your plan, which is to make more universally accessible first floor units. And also this importance of having a mix of different housing types, sizes, occupancies, and costs.
Yeah. I think the follow-up question is, are there things that can be used to incentivize these sort of investments? Because it may cost more for a builder to invest in universal design. And that's going to be a design that's as useful today as it is maybe 40 years from now. So that was, I think, an interesting point that came through on the data. Point number 5 we called out is there's consistent frustration with the impacts of permitting, regulatory processes, and appeals. First of all, I want to really point out some of the work that's really going well in this area for Montpelier, but particularly around administrative approvals and your development review board approvals. Both those bodies, or individuals in some cases, move quickly. So I think there's much to applaud there. But of course, appeals still come, and you, over the last 5 years, had 3 different appeals make it to the state environmental court, all for multi-unit housing, which does slow the process down for new building and costs developers significantly. One was thrown out, one was upheld, and the other one is still under consideration. So they're generally going in the favor of the developer in these cases that are getting appealed to the environmental court. Along these lines, there are significantly more permits being issued than being executed, meaning some of those permits are written, but then the structure never gets built. So if there's opportunity to assess what are the holdups, what are the pitfalls in that process going from permit to project completion. And of course, as has been brought up, other options are including investigating benefits of possible Act 250 exemptions through the what do you call it? Tier 1B, Tier 1A process. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to Act 181. Getting to our final point here. The effect of vacant and underutilized units, as well as short-term rentals on long-term housing, is unclear. And this is a data problem. We see vacancy is decreasing, but we see the short-term rentals rising and falling, somewhere between 60 and 75 units actively being used as short-term rentals in Montpelier, according to the data. This is AirDNA. So but we don't know how those short-term rentals are being used. Are these owner-occupied residencies that are subsidizing their own housing, or are these professional Airbnbs? We can't dig into that from the data we have. So potentially considering other options to go deeper. We see more conversions from commercial to residential than from residential to commercial. They are going both ways, but there is a dominant flow from commercial to residential. Are there opportunities to accelerate that? Or is it important as a community to maintain that commercial employment center for the region? These are policy directions and decisions that the community should think about. Final finding that we'll be going over tonight wasn't really the focus of our assessment, and much deeper and thorough work has been done on the study of Montpelier's homeless population. But we were given our role with the city, we were able to point to some very minor recommendations that we'd encourage the city to maintain. Namely, continuing representation in the Washington County Housing Coalition that meets bi-monthly, and the role that plays, and just staying up to speed, looking for new initiatives and opportunities to move the issue forward. So with that, we're happy to take any questions. There is, as I said at the outset, a lot of data, and there's even more for those interested. We're happy to talk to any staff, counselors, one-on-one, or committees about some of our findings, or come back as you're interested.
First, thank you for all of that. Is there anyone who has questions? Councillor Cohn?
You for this presentation and the assessment. So as your results showing that we have 65 plus population, a lot in Montpelier, I know that there's nothing in the assessment, but have you noticed any patterns of elderly home like increase, or do we have, I know like we have a couple of options, because I have been like hearing a lot that, oh, if I have a place to move out, I will move out and I can sell my house to a younger family, but there is no option for me to go. That's why some of the people just renting their home, some of them doing Airbnb, because it is also difficult for them to afford living here. So maybe observations or any data, if there is, because that's the one thing I think I shared with the housing committee chair too. Like, I really want to see what we can vision about elderly housing, so then people can move out and we can use their home to attract younger families here. Thanks.
Well, one of the things that we looked at was what are the senior and supportive for older folks housing that exists. So in all of Washington County, we don't actually have any residential where you don't necessarily need services, but you have someone say come in and help with the housekeeping. And then there is support as you get progressively farther along. You have a couple of wonderful organizations here in Montpelier that have, at the other end, we need memory care. And so we have Westview Meadows that just built in over there at the Gary House. And then there are some other things around the area. So that said, a lot of it really is making units that people can get into, right? So that there are first floor rentals, and also ADUs is another one, which is really a good incentive for someone to move out of the main house, be in the back, have that community connection or that connection with folks who might feel like family. And so ADUs is another great way to connect into owned housing potentially. Okay. Anything else you would add?
No, you got my point with the ADUs, and again, this middle meant to be that it's smaller housing option. So you're not looking at the 2,400 or 1,600 square foot house. You're looking at 500 square foot that might be all on one floor, and promoting that universal design as well. But no, it's not really in terms of numbers yet. I think ADU is the best example of this there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Would continue to lean into the mic as you speak,
sorry.
please,
Yeah.
because I know folks on Zoom sometimes have a hard time. Is there anyone else? Councillor Doyle.
Thanks so much for doing this. I'm really glad to see it come to fruition. I appreciate the recommendations. I'm wondering, I have two questions. One is, as we discussed last night, the housing committee, and I think we just know that the tier 1A designation is going to be really important to Montpelier. And just wondering like where we are in the Act 181 process in terms of the maps that are going to go before the Land Use Review Board, and when we might anticipate them making a decision on that in the process.
So a couple things. First, I'm going to jump all the way back to the Home Act and the interim exemptions that were put into place. Those remain in force through the end of this year, and as some may know, current legislation may extend those beyond. Those will continue to be enforced even once a regional future land use map is made available. We plan on, this all hinges on a regional plan, which will include a regional future land use map for anyone who hasn't been following the tier systems or the future land use area maps. We, the Regional Planning Commission, will be having our first sort of public discussion about our map next Tuesday at our Board of Commissioners meeting, and expect to have an outward facing map by hopefully the end of that week. The data will all be collected. It's just finding the platform to post it on. We will have an adopted plan by early fall, and hopefully land use review board approval before December 31st, because that is when statute says we have to have it done by. So it's moving quickly. We are towards the end of, if you look at the 11 regional planning commission statewide, we're towards the end because we just readopted 2 years ago, and we're working on a full amendment or a full update. So we're just a little behind, but that data will be coming out and publicly available soon.
Great. Can I just have one more question, which is, and maybe you don't have to give us the answer now, but we've got this subcommittee for Country Club Road that's working. The entire council is going to be thinking about the different proposals that we've received. And what I think we've heard from the different development groups is the need for continued market studies to get real specific on their kind of vision. Having said that, like, how can we as a council make best use of this document to inform our thinking about what we should be looking for in a proposal at Country Club Road?
Could you drill down a little further on the what?
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of the major questions I think we're kind of wrestling with or considering, not just the committee, but I think the whole council, frankly, the whole community, is like ratio of rental to home ownership opportunities, ratio, like affordability components to different ratios, like all of those kinds of things, and just thinking about market absorption, right? And again, all of that stuff's going to be, I think, it's up, I think the developers are going to do marketplace. They're going to dive deeper on that. But as we think about general considerations of, sometimes I hear folks in the community say, well, we have too much of this kind of housing and not enough of that kind of housing. And I'm just wondering, as we look at this document or absorb this document, is there a way, do you think, that it could kind of inform those kind of considerations?
I think it can. Part of our requirements in our regional planning is to put out similar targets. It's part of our housing targets that we will have to take on regionally and then distribute, disaggregate by municipality. And so we're looking at very similar questions, and ultimately the methodology that I think is preferred is building off the AMI sort of spectrum, if you will. So starting with 120% AMI, area median income, excuse me. And then working your way down to 100 to 120, missing the number, 75 to 99%, 50 to 75, 30 to 50, and then what's considered the everything below that falls under a couple areas, and then trying to link that back to HUD recommendations. Lori and I were talking about this a lot today because it's been a consistent question. Well, what does that mean? What do we need to build then? And there's not a great answer to that. You can look at your current mix of people and their earnings and try to guess what we need to fit them. You could look at your current mix of buildings and what we have and assume that reflects what we need and try to replicate that ratio. But if you look at the people, you begin to have a difficult to defend guess at where you think it should fall. Just for example, in Montpelier, 42% of the population falls in that 120% of households. Yes, of households fall in the 120% of area median income. Well, HUD says that means their market ownership. So that's easy to build for the developers. That's right there, sweet spot. In the 100% to 120% area median income, That's affordable ownership. What's that mean? That's a little fuzzier. That's still essentially market housing, but it maybe is not as new, not as well maintained, other maybe smaller, less desirable locations. Becomes affordable ownership, and that's essentially 12% of the Montpelier population. Again, these percentages are hard to defend because we had to take some sort of mathematical liberties, if I can put it nicely, where you have these tranches given to us by the census, and we have to pick a spot in the middle and cut it and guess how many people fall above that point and how many people fall below, because census doesn't break it out by the same thresholds that HUD gives their guidance. So I'd be happy to sit down with a table like this, with the giant caveat. We're doing stuff your math teacher will get mad about.
Sorry, say that again.
We're doing stuff that your statistics teacher would give you a C for. It's the only way we've been able to find to begin to get to this answer. And it does begin to draw a picture of at least how the market skews and what mix you would be a starting point. So happy to have that conversation. It's not in the report yet. Quite honestly, knowing we might have that question, we were working on a little bit of that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Alfano.
I'm glad you said that last part, because it sounded to me like you were using stuff that was in the report and referring to stuff that's not yet in the report and information. So but that's available. We could literally sit down with you, because that's a very attractive option.
Yeah.
Okay. One other question. We have run into a couple of things in the proposals. Certainly shared equity, which has been working locally for quite a while, but rent to own has been mentioned, and I haven't been able to find a successful model for that. Do you know of one?
No.
Okay, that's what I suspected. I don't know where else to look.
Yeah, we certainly can support the municipality if try to go down that rabbit hole, just as your regional planning commission, but we don't have any examples of it that we came across in the assessment. We could reach out to our network of, as I said, 11 RPCs statewide and see if anyone's come across something similar.
Yeah, no one's really mentioned it with enthusiasm, but it's been thrown out as a possibility. But it sounds like it's a bit of a fantasy at this point. Sounds good, but I'm not sure there's a working model. Thanks.
Councilor Cohen.
Discussion make me think other things. So I know that we have like 75 unit goal. Probably Barry has their own goal. It's Montpelier, they have their own goal, but we are so Berlin, right? We are so close. So is there any opportunity to talk to neighboring towns and create another number which will help all of us? Or we should just focus our town and 75, great, and we will do whatever we want. So can we look at this issue from a different perspective? Because we share so many services with the neighboring towns. Thanks.
Certainly it's a regional market. I think always has. Montpelier has a very small footprint. East Montpelier has been part of the housing solution for Montpelier. Calais, Worcester, Berlin, all these neighboring towns have been part of the housing solution traditionally. To some degree, that has been taken care of by legislative mandate. As I mentioned, there's a regional housing target. I think we have something like, say, 2,500 houses that we're supposed to plan for. These are not, or else numbers. These are aspirational 2,500 numbers that we're supposed to plan for in our 23 municipality region, which is Washington County plus three municipalities in the County of Orange. And then we disaggregate that across the municipalities with, again, a statutory mandate to put the substantial majority in one of the 4 areas targeted for growth under recent statute, under Act 181, with then the rest kind of being distributed in all the areas around, filling all the other space. So in a sense, we're going to take care of that for you. We're going to kind of take it to a arithmetic distribution of houses regionally. But that's maybe different than looking at, as you said, Barrie, Berlin, and Montpelier, who each have some pretty substantial plans for new housing, and recognizing that in the next 10 years, we could see a lot of new units come online, all within really the same economic region. So it certainly makes sense. It's one of the things we do once a month at the Regional Planning Commission, is kind of have some of these conversations. But a more targeted conversation, I think, would always be welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, all right.
So I'm your data nerd, and I've just had so much fun picking up where my fellow planner stepped out of it. It's a fat document. Please don't let it be daunting. 80% of it is pictures. You don't even have to read the pictures. Each page has 2 sentences. So it starts off with here's the big idea, and then here's why we think it. You don't have to read it all at once. You don't even have to read the whole thing. Pick the finding that's interesting to you. But it is there, and I just don't want anyone to feel intimidated just because we really nerd out about how to slice it and dice it by average median income. You can look at this and see how much are folks making in general in Montpelier, and how much does it cost to rent, and how much does it cost to buy. So that information is all really there and accessible, and that was our hope in writing it. So in case anyone's feeling put off by the length, please just try.
Okay. Thank you so much for the work that you've put into this. Thank you for coming to present, and thank you in advance for the future conversations I'm sure we're all going to have. Yeah. Thank you very, very much. All right, it is 8:02. I think we've got time to move on to number 10. The tax stabilization update about Article 11. Mr. Miller, would you like to tee this up for us?
Yes, good evening, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
what we're going to try to accomplish here, I believe, is the decision to give staff the direction to come back with more specific recommendations for us, correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
So Mike Miller, Planning Director for the city. So as the mayor just introduced, we're just really talking about getting authorization to move forward to develop a revised tax stabilization policy. Fortunately, you have all worked on this for 2 tax stabilizations over the last 6 months, so you're familiar with the current one. And in March, if anyone in the public is not aware, we did vote on what was called Article 11, which amended our authorization, or your authorization as City Council, to adopt a tax stabilization policy that can take advantage of the full state law. Before, we were limited because of how the authorization had been approved in the past. We now have authorization to use the full scope of what statute allows. So the changes there weren't a lot of significant changes, but the changes that were there, one of them was important in that it expanded the valuation range. So when we talk about stabilizing tax stabilization, really quickly, a developer who builds or renovates, they will continue to pay taxes on the pre-improved assessed value throughout the contract period, and they'll have a discount. Maybe they'll pay 50% or they'll get 100% discount on the improvement. And that helps them cover their costs as they're working on projects. Sometimes housing projects need to have some time to get all the occupancy up. Sometimes a restaurant needs time to get everything up and running. This gives a time for the investments to get a little bit back to make these have better abilities to make their bottom line work over time. And also it's a little bit looking geographically, it makes a difference. If a business is looking across
across the region, they may be trying to decide where to locate a business, and an area that'll give tax stabilization, another area may not. They may be more likely to invest in those areas just to be able to help them out. We want to remain competitive if we want to be able to attract certain businesses. So that's a lot of the basis of why communities do tax stabilization. That's a little bit of what tax stabilization is. And I can certainly answer questions on any of those. The changes that happened on Article 11, really one of the differences was we're currently only allowed to do up to 50% tax stabilization on the improved value. And under the vote, we can now do up to 100%, which is what other communities in our region use. So that would be really one of the biggest steps. There are a few other smaller pieces that are in there, the ability to do photovoltaic devices and a few other related items like that. So, but most of the changes are really related to that. And at the same time, Matt, who's been working on this, and Josh before him, really have been looking to improve our policy, and they had a number of areas they thought we could be doing better. And so we're hoping that not only will this be an opportunity for us to talk about these new opportunities, but also an opportunity to kind of clean up some of our process and to try to make things a little bit better. So the proposed process would be, if we got some direction tonight, that the staff would then move out and do drafting of the new rules. We would have an attorney review those. And then it would come back to you where there'd be two public hearings to adopt the new policy. And then you would have it adopted and it would be back into effect. And Matt put together a couple of key points that he just wanted to start to get you thinking about. And some of these can work in any way. You can give us direction that just says, go out and work on something and bring it back and present it. We could certainly do it that way. If you want to get into some of the details, we can get into the details up front, so that way we have a lot of the guidance beforehand. So some of the policy things that Matt wanted to focus on, one was to anchor applications in a developer construction budget. So really what he was looking at is determine the size of the new tax increment. And that would really start guiding a lot of the process. It's really the central question in calibrating these tax stabilizations agreement. And that would be the first focus. And of course, you'll get the final evaluation on what it is. But if we can anchor things, a lot of it on how much grand list growth we'll be getting, then that helps being the driver for what policies we want to tie to it. Limit eligibility criteria to independently verifiable measures is his second one. So that goes back to, in our current policy, we have the one on increasing employees. Well, that's a much more tricky metric to use to make an evaluation over time. So if we focused on assessed value of improvements, number of residential units created, energy efficiency standards, historic preservation status, environmental improvements, ADA and safety requirements, these are all things that can be evaluated at the time of contract signing. And therefore, there's less administrative work over time to evaluate those and make sure they maintain compliance. And so if we could focus on those, that would be the recommendation of staff, that we kind of focus on that direction. Use the new 0% to 100% range to calibrate awards to these verifiable facts. And so we really want to use as much formula-based methodology as we can. We don't want to leave it up to discretion of council or staff, because that makes it it leaves us open to claims of discrimination or unfair treatment. If somebody comes in and we've approved one and a similar project doesn't get approved or gets approved at a lesser value, you open yourself up to somebody making claims of discrimination based on whatever maybe there. If a man has presented the first one, a woman presents the other one, was it because of sex, or is it just because of the quality of the project? Well, if it's black and white, we're not examining anything, then it becomes much clearer, and we avoid having claims of discrimination if we have a much more formula-based methodology. And that's what Matt was recommending. We pretty much do. So a lot of what we have in our current policy is that way. I was here in 2020 when we made that policy, and the previous one had a lot of discretion and it was really waffly of, yeah, whatever the council wants. And we really pushed back and said that that's going to get us into trouble at some point if we approve one and not another. So that was his third recommendation. And then his last two, one was to prioritize workforce housing, which is consistent to the 2025 plan. The one caveat, the one catch is under state law, the tax stabilizations can only be used for commercial projects. We have defined residential units of 5 or more as commercial residential and therefore qualify. So we can't extend that to single families. We can't do tax stabilizations for a fourplex because it simply doesn't meet the definition under state law. So just so we level set expectations, we can't kind of get into that scale of housing, but we can certainly work on doing what we can to maximize the ability to apply these to 5 or more commercial residential projects. And that would be one of the focuses, to make sure that we have criteria that reflect those. And then his last point was to exclude active CHIP sites. So the CHIP program is like a TIF program. So we're looking for tax increment to pay for the bonds, and you really can't get a tax stabilization. The taxes, stabilize the taxes that we need to actually pay for the bond that you're getting to support your services. So it's usually an either or. Either you're going to get TIF, or either you're going to get CHIP, or you're going to get tax stabilization. You generally can't get both. So those were the 5 things that he wanted to point out, and we could certainly answer questions or take suggestions. And this is true for any time between now and when we get back. People hear from constituents or have questions or have recommendations. We can certainly, and you can direct them to Matt, and we can integrate that into the policy before we bring it back to you.
Are there any clarifying questions for Mr. Miller before Councilor Doyle?
Go back to the part where you talked about anchoring the amount of stabilization based on the estimated value of the improvement. The kind of first thing you said.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll just kind of read through what he said. The central question for calibrating any tax stabilization agreement is how much will the assessed value of the improvement be? That determines the size of the new tax increment and therefore the size of the discount the city is being asked to provide. The updated policy should require applicants to submit a developer construction budget as the basis of the assessor's estimate of post-improvement value. This is simple, directly relevant, and something every developer has regardless of the size or sophistication. Council retains full discretion to evaluate the application and set the appropriate benefit level. So maybe I didn't describe that as clearly as he was trying to articulate. He really wants to put this on the developer, get the developer to present that information and use that as the basis.
That was very clear. Thanks.
Anyone else? Questions about this? The one question I have about, I appreciate the importance of, anchoring things in measurable data points. That makes sense. I wonder, is the sort of proposed language, do we run the risk of tying council's hands to be able to make decisions around things that are much more difficult to quantify in numbers? For example, if there are community priorities around expanding certain types of activities or catering to certain demographic populations, et cetera, if those things are more difficult to measure in terms of dollars, square footage, et cetera, do we limit our ability to encourage things that are harder to set metrics to?
I think we would probably try as staff to work to make sure there are a couple of trigger areas. What's going through my head is there are a couple of trigger areas for any regulation. One of which is what, as wonks, we call them applicability. How do you get in the door? And sometimes then there's the standards that you have to meet in order to get the benefits. And so sometimes we can be more explicit in our applicabilities to be able
Mr. Whitaker, you're out of order. Please don't wander in the room. You may not wander in the room. Mr. Whitaker, you are out of order. Excuse me, the rules state that while in the room, Mr. Whitaker, the rules state that while in the room, the public will be seated. We allow you to stand at the door because we understand that you have a back problem. While we're having discussions, please don't wander in the room and have side conversations. Thank you. Mr. Miller, please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Applicability. What's that? Oh, applicability. Yes. So as we're talking about, I'll think we had Councilor Cohn and Gil, I believe, did a lot of work on childcare. We could certainly go through and in our applicability be clear that childcare facilities are a priority. This type of housing is a priority, and therefore ensure that certain areas are encouraged to get in. Once it's in, obviously we're evaluating that childcare facility based on how much the grand list growth, because that's what we're using for these valuations. But we also can go through and give additional years in our current policy. If you're aware of it, it has 5-year base, and you can get additional years after that. There could be, we expect to have an additional year for any childcare facility that comes in. That way they could get a 6-year, or we could say they get an additional 3 years if you want. You can write the policy to specifically encourage a specific type of use, if that's kind of what you're thinking of. It can get trickier if it's something that's a little bit more vague. Although, as I said, we can certainly work with if you've got any ideas or things specific, we can try to figure out whether it would fit better in trying to be clearer in the applicability, getting people in the door, or in the policy afterwards. It goes and says, well, once you're here, you qualify as a special box, and that can get you an extra point or an extra year, or what would be a 50% improvement for a retail store may be 100% for childcare, because that's a priority. And you're going to get to set those policies ultimately. We'll draft something, but ultimately you're going to have the ability to go through and say, we're willing to give this amount of percentage for these types of uses, and for these types of uses, it's more.
Thank you for that. I suppose my point is that just as we develop these things, we be cognizant of leaving room for less tangible things to be taken into consideration. Are there other clarifying questions around this before we entertain a motion to give this guidance to staff?
Can we just be clear about what we're voting on? The guidance to staff is to, we're asking them to go forward and develop policies based upon the new kind of amended authority tax stabilization policy.
Can you state that in a motion?
I was just trying to clarify what we're doing.
I think you did a good job of clarifying.
Yeah. I move that we authorize staff to develop additional guidance around our tax stabilization policy, taking into account the voters' approval of Article 11.
Is there a second? Thank you. Is there any discussion around this?
I would offer, just related to that kind of conversation we just had, Mike, about, and I was thinking about like childcare too, right? Like that was the one that popped into my mind. I'm wondering is, and I really trust your folks' discretion to go back and, but I wonder, thinking about that, about the priorities of the city plan and just keeping those in mind in the economic development section, the housing section, right? If there are certain ways to incentivize or provide, if we're going to be giving a range, if not everybody's going to be getting 100%, thinking about the goals of our city plan, clearly articulated. Suggestion, I don't know. Suggestion.
Good suggestion. Any further discussion? Okay, John, help me out here. The motion on the table, a yes vote is a vote to give staff the guidance to go back and create language around our tax stabilization policy to bring back for council's consideration. Oh, I'm sorry. John, will you just pull your microphone around and just say that nice and loud for us?
Sorry. Moving to authorize staff to develop additional guidance on the tax stabilization policy, taking into account the voters' approval of Article 11.
Great. All in favor of this, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that is unanimously approved. It is now dangerously close to 8:30. We're going to take a break. It is 8:20 right now. We'll be back at 8:30. Those clocks are a little bit fast, but we'll go on mine. Thank you so much. We are back. We are moving on to item 11, the sprinkler ordinance amendment second hearing.
I just mentioned that.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Odom.
So I need to send this back around again. There are a bunch of things in the front pocket that don't have the little sign here's on them. And I apologize for that, but most people missed at least one of them. So I'm going to ship it around again. Just look very carefully. They should have post-it notes telling you about it.
Great. Thank you. I'll remind everyone, we had our first public hearing on this topic 2 weeks ago. This is our second public hearing. There will be time for public comment, and this will be our first opportunity to make a decision. If we move to make a decision, the decision will likely either be to adopt the language as proposed or not, I suppose. All right, so before we get into it, are there clarifying questions about this? Mr. Miller, it looks like you're ready to tee up some information for us.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Would you like to open the public hearing?
We would like to open the public hearing. Yes, thank you.
Just so we don't
Thank you,
forget it.
sir.
All right, Mike Miller, Planning Director. To bring everyone up to speed, this is the second reading of an amendment to the building ordinance to update the code references in the ordinance and to consider changes to the sprinkler requirement. At the first reading, council voted to remove Montpelier's sprinkler requirement from the draft. The new red line in your packet includes that change. Tonight, you'll have the opportunity to adopt the red line as presented, make additional amendments and adopt the amended ordinance, or vote to set a date for a third reading. Before opening up the questions, I wanted to follow up with you on some comments received after the last meeting and to have give some information on a conversation I had with the Division of Fire Safety. So at the end of the last meeting, Mr. Moore sent some corrections about my comments during the first reading, and I wanted to point out that he is correct in his evaluation. I had told you that our regulations were slightly stricter than the state, and that with the September 2025 changes, we are now much stricter. Second, I had mentioned in an answer to Councilor Doyle that prior to September 25, our regulations closely matched what is in state law. Well, when we were first approached about the newly available sprinkler ordinance allowances in September, we reviewed the 2025 rules to confirm they existed, and they did, but we did not look back at the 2015 rules to see what had changed, which is shame on me. We assumed that this was an allowance that did not exist, and we should have checked. In fact, the allowance did exist in 2025, but was slightly different. So I just wanted to clarify that. So to more accurately answer Council Doyle's question, our rules as they exist today, before any voting today, more closely matched the NFPA requirements, National Fire Protection requirements, which require sprinklers in new small apartments. Our rules today were stricter than the 2015 state rules and continue to be stricter than the 2025 state rules. So I just wanted to make sure that those facts were clarified on the record for you. Michelle Sabry and I then met with Landon Wheeler from the Division of Fire Safety to discuss the background of the changes at the state level, just so we had some background understanding, and he had a few points he wanted to make. First, this allowance has existed because much of the state of Vermont does not have public water supplies. Or in areas with public water supplies, they many times lack sufficient pressure to support flows. If Vermont did not have the allowed exemption that they have for small apartments, there would be very few apartments in the state being developed. The additional construction requirements are designed to mitigate those additional risks. Second, he pointed out, and this was he volunteered this information. We weren't asking about this. He pointed out that using the exemption doesn't necessarily mean costs will be less. Costs of thermal barriers, separate exits, larger windows, reductions in interior finishes all add cost, but these can be evaluated by developers on a project by project basis. Where it is cheaper to put in the sprinkler, developers are still allowed to put in the sprinklers. The Division of Fire Safety, he wanted to point out, has no opinion of whether or not to maintain our sprinkler ordinance or to match the state. This is strictly a local decision, and Division of Fire Safety will not recommend one or the other. He wants to make sure that was perfectly clear. And I will turn this back over to the mayor and council for any questions you have or for public input.
Are there any questions? We'll open up to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this topic? I'd like to remind everyone that this is no longer general business and appearances. Please limit your comments to this agenda item. Thank you very much. Ms. Shurin.
Yes, hello, Alyssa Shurin, Chair of the Housing Committee. I spoke at the first hearing about that the Housing Committee had looked at this issue, and then a majority supported the change before you today to move to the state standards from the national standards for fire and sprinkler codes related to 3 to 6 unit buildings. The only other thing I wanted to note here is that I didn't see anything in the language about incentivizing sprinklers, and the Housing Committee did want to move forward the recommendation, while also incentivizing sprinklers. And so we had talked about adding something in that would be an annual tax credit for properties with approved fire suppression sprinkler systems, or to incentivize that in another way. So if you adopt the language tonight, which I would encourage you on behalf of the Housing Committee to do, there might also be an opportunity to do an additional vote around an incentive for the sprinklers as well.
Thank you. Manager Curry.
Thank you. I do have a response to that. It might be able to help me fill in some blanks, but we do have a tax credit on the books for the addition of sprinkler systems in residential buildings. You all, as I understand, discussed this last year to amend the policy that removed the credit for commercial buildings, because there were quite a number of tax credits that you had all approved that included residential and commercial. Now, the policy on the books is relevant for buildings with 1 to 4 units, because the state defines anything larger than 4 units as a commercial building. You have a gap in this credit policy for 5 and 6 unit buildings. So I think we talked about this a little bit last time, but if you wish us to direct us to come back with another update to that tax credit policy to close this gap, we can do that as well. But it would be, again, amending the policy to add commercial buildings of 5 and 6 units.
And that would be an issue separate from adopting this language.
It would.
Thank you. Councilor Doyle.
Just ask a question about that. Would it, Kelly, did I or Councilor Curry or Kelly? Thanks, Kelly. To close that gap, is it possible to have that credit then just apply to 5 and 6 unit commercial buildings, but not apply to other commercial buildings?
I think it's your policy. So.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like that's what we're talking. Right. Is that we said we didn't want to give it to commercial because there were so many commercial properties. Right. We do want to give it to housing, but these specific types of housing qualify as commercial, but we can carve that out separately for some kind of.
Yeah. And I'm looking at Mike to maybe affirm, but that's.
Yes.
These are your tax credits to offer.
Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
So before this last 2026 fiscal year, any building with a sprinkler got the tax credit. And we were giving tax credits to buildings, and it's meant to be an incentive. And a lot of the buildings we were giving this tax credit to were buildings that were required to, under the Division of Fire Safety, to have a sprinkler. So we were giving a 10% tax credit to National Life. And that's a building that's required under every code to have a sprinkler. And so it was kind of like, it was intended to be an incentive for these smaller projects that don't otherwise need to have sprinklers to then kind of get a little bit back for it. So this year you voted to kind of match that, limit that benefit to only these smaller ones. But now with this change, 5 and 6 is kind of left in between. So.
But it would be easy enough for you to come back to us with something we could vote on that would address that.
Yeah, there's already a policy on the books. I think it's just a matter of changing how it's worded to add 5 and 6 in.
Okay.
Residential buildings. I mean, it's either residential or commercial, right?
Now we're saying that everything over, anything that has 5 and 6 units is automatically classified as commercial, even if people live there.
By the state,
For the state.
but by us, it could be classified as residential. We could make that distinction.
We could decide to offer the tax credit to buildings of that size, in spite of the fact that the state defines them as commercial.
I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just wondering if we could do that. If it makes sense.
We don't have any authority to change the definition on residential versus commercial, but you have the authority to define your tax credit policy to include that limited commercial type.
Correct.
Talking about the policy.
Clear as mud. All right, we'll,
But they're gonna bring that back later,
yes.
right?
good.
Yeah, but it is somewhat of a semantic. Yeah, thing, yeah. Any other questions? Any other people in the room that want to make comment on this topic? Mr. Moore?
Good evening and thank you, James Moore. I appreciate the planning department bringing this language forward. I hope you all make the change tonight. Regarding the tax credit, that it's interesting. My sense is that tax credit, and I could be wrong on this, came about when we had single family and duplexes required to do sprinklers, because you had single family homeowners building a house, being required to put in a sprinkler and getting a tax credit. If you're building a 4-unit building and selling the units, a tax credit for the future owners doesn't do anything to bring down the cost of building the building. It certainly doesn't bring down the cost of selling the units, and it probably doesn't do anything to incentivize. So just as you think about it, you want carrots to be carrots. So I'm not sure that the tax credit is actually the right mechanism there for what we're talking about. I do think that my impression is that the housing committee is considering looking at kind of more broadly our fees, like, it costs any new project a fair amount in various municipal permits. And that's, for good reason. Those permits those projects have administrative costs, but it is also a barrier and also a carrot that lots of municipalities use across the country to try and get more housing. Is we're going to waive these fees because we want more housing to increase our grand list, and we're going to get those fees back and increase taxes in short order. So I might recommend that you consider asking your really strong housing committee to look at this and maybe bring it back to you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Anyone else in the room before we go to Zoom? Mr. Kelman. Oh, I'm sorry, there's someone. Yes, please come forward. Sorry, Peter, we'll come to you in a moment.
Good evening, council. My name is Zachary Hunter, Montpelier. I'm going to try to read through some comments real quick. I've been here since 2010. I've been a construction professional for about 20 years. About 2 years ago, I started to shift my focus towards creating small multifamily infill housing projects, and I'm very eager to bring new housing opportunities to our neighbors in central Vermont. I'm here tonight to strong support for aligning Montpelier's sprinkler ordinance with the state standard. I came to the last session and I just wanted to offer a few points of feedback that I gathered from that first part of the hearing. I think this discussion first is about proportionality, and I want to acknowledge the fire department. I sympathize with Chief Libby and his team and their commitment to public and staff safety. And he's right, a structure fire does not care about staffing levels, but I do think that context matters. I think Chief Libby mentioned his time working in Burlington and the staffing levels that he had there that made him more comfortable with maybe the absence of sprinkler systems. And that's wonderful. That's not the context for our city at this time. We're a much smaller population. We don't have the benefit of mutual aid and support of other large municipalities like Williston and Winooski and Colchester. But I do strongly support an increase in staffing levels. And I think that we can get there by meaningfully growing the grand list. You know, when I look at the city's goal of 75 units per year, some quick math would let me deduce that that could yield $300,000 or $400,000 of new tax revenue annually. And if we could commit to that type of growth over the course of 10 years, that's multiple millions of dollars of new annual revenue. And I think that some of that revenue could support higher staffing levels across the boards, including the fire department. The second piece that I wanted to touch on is about scale. I think when people hear multifamily, they're automatically assuming we're talking about really large commercial scale apartment buildings. And in my view, this 3 to 6 unit size is very much residential in scale. These are house size projects that are specifically designed to integrate within the neighborhoods that we already have. Sprinklers are undeniably capable of improving safety, but these residential scale buildings are already required to meet strong standards as been expressed through the explanation of the state standards, egress, fire separation, hardwired detection systems. I don't think that there is an option that presents zero risk, but I think today we can ask about how to manage the risk of the buildings of this scale in a way that's responsible and practical. Third, maintaining higher standards or an exceptional level of standard compared to most of our peer municipalities, I think puts our city at a competitive disadvantage. Margins for the scale of projects are exceptionally lean, and our ability to deliver small multifamily projects would be greatly improved if we're not at a competitive disadvantage. Fourth and finally, as Mayor Gwynn pointed out towards the end of the session last week, I think we can be pro-safety and I think we can be pro-housing. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. This isn't a choice between two competing values. It's just how do we try to do both in a way that is practical and sensible. And I think aligning with state standards can do that for us.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate that. Mr. Kelman on Zoom.
Thank you.
Sorry, Peter, before you begin, can everyone on Zoom hear us just fine in the room? Or is there anything we can do to make your experience better over there?
Just make sure that everybody talks directly into the mic and doesn't turn their head to address somebody who's sitting next to them. And also, I mean, in particular, some people like Christian Meyer drop their voice at the end of a sentence, and it's hard.
Okay, thanks for reminding us. We don't have that experience here in the room, so that's good feedback. Thank you. All right, go ahead with your comment, please.
Okay, in my opinion, the agenda cover sheet for this item and the unfortunately named redlining, which has a very negative association for me and anybody who's familiar with redlining and racial redlining, of the staff proposals are so opaque to ordinary residents. And I imagine to you who are looking at this, you look at that thing, what the heck? It's incomprehensible. And unfortunately, such opacity is typical of many agenda cover sheets, which is why I had mentioned earlier, that a plain language version of such matters should be included in agenda covers. Plain language is more than simplifying words or cutting jargon, although that's included. It means writing in a way that people can understand the first time they read it. And I really would urge the city manager to have your directors, people who are putting these together, make these things comprehensible to anybody who reads them. So for example, excuse me, I just have to get back here. So for example, the agenda cover for this item might have explained the changes like this. I'm just giving an example. Quote, my writing. The proposed changes to the sprinkler ordinance would mean that new construction or conversion, I'm not sure if that's actually included, of buildings that have 3 to 6 apartments would not need to have sprinkler systems as long as they meet the other fire safety requirements specified in the state and city regulations. Currently, This exclusion would have applied only to 1 and 2 family buildings, period. That itself would have enabled anybody to understand what all that redlining was doing. Now, I understand that some of the redlining was correcting other things, but the other things that it was correcting aren't the real issue. This is the nut. I'd like to make one further point about the proposed ordinance. Like others who have spoke last week and today in favor of increasing from 2 to 6 the maximum number of units in a building that would require a sprinkler system, I do not view this change, as had been suggested by some, as choosing cost over safety, provided the other substantial safety requirements are adhered to, regularly inspected and enforced. And it's because of this proviso that I believe and have in the past urged that Montpelier adopt a rental registry whose registration and violation penalty fees would help to pay for the annual health and safety inspections of rental buildings that should be taking place in any case. I own 3 properties in Barry. I pay a rental registry fee for those. I don't mind paying it, and we get anyway, my time is over.
Okay, but your points were heard and well taken, Mr. Kelman. Thank you for the input, both about the plain language and about the rental registry idea. Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak? Anyone else in the room? All right, hearing none. We will, this is where we close the hearing. Is that how that works? Okay, we will close the public hearing at this time. The question before us is whether or not to adopt this, as Mr. Kelman points out, unfortunately termed redlined document, but basically this altered document, which moves our standard back in line with the state standard. Most importantly, I think by removing 202-1. Are there any questions before we entertain a motion? Mr. Miller, do you have anything further to add before we entertain a motion?
Just to point out the two pieces. So you had 202-1, which was the sprinkler, and there is, because we are removing the sprinkler ordinance, that also means we are eliminating the sprinkler variance committee, which was in
section 4, 205.
Yes. So that was the other section. Because one is struck, the other one then becomes moot.
Great. And then, of course, there are the bits at the bottom that just give us historical context for the steps that are being taken here at this time. Would anyone like to offer a motion?
I make a motion to approve the building ordinance amendments as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to, help me out, John. Okay, you could, the motion is to approve the building ordinance amendments as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay, I believe since it's not unanimous, we do have to do it by roll call. So, Jim, sorry, Councilor Sheridan, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Councilor Cohn?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Alfano?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Councilor Gill?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 5-1. The ordinance is adopted as presented. Next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
I just want to be very clear, we're coming back with amendments to the sprinkler tax credit.
I think we should come back. I mean, James's point is well taken, but there are going to be other people that own 6 units and don't sell them off. So I think it makes sense to bring that language back for us to consider. And we can look at other incentives as well.
Okay, I don't think we need a motion and a decision about that, right? Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 12, reappointment to the Complete Streets Committee. Thank you, everyone who came to lend your voice. Appreciate you. All right, where are we? Number 12. This item is to review the application to consider appointing or reappointing, I believe, John Kim to the Complete Streets Committee. Are there any clarifying questions before we entertain a motion? Counselor Sheridan, I saw your mouth move. Are you trying to say something? Okay, I imagined it. Seeing none, is there a motion to reappoint John Kim to the Complete Streets Committee? Counselor Alfano?
I will move to reappoint John Kim to the Complete Streets Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? The motion before us is to reappoint John Kim to the Complete Streets Committee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion unanimously passes. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item number 13, the reappointment of Alexandra, forgive me if I get it wrong, Halaz, to serve on the DRB. Is there any clarifying questions before we entertain a motion? Seeing none, is there a motion to reappoint Alexandra Haraz to the DRB? Oh, and the Housing Committee, is that right, to both?
No.
Oh, she's already in the Housing Committee. Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I will move to reappoint Alexandra Halaz to the DRB.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about this item?
Very thoughtful member of the House.
Yeah.
A very thought. Okay, great. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is to reappoint Alexandra Halaz to serve on the DRB. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. We are cooking with gas. We are now on to item number 14, the White and Burke contract amendment. Here we are going to, there's a decision required. Looks like Mr. Miller's coming forth. Manager Curry, do you want to tee this up for us, or?
I see Brian is here. Are you actually here, Brian? I was supposed to text you and I was, all right, I see your face.
Yeah, I'll tee
Thank
it
you,
up a
sir.
little bit. So you all entered into a contract in October for $50,000 for the services enlisted with White and Burke that have helped guide your RFP process for the developers at Country Club Road. There was foreshadowing at the time that the amount of the contract might expand based on the level of detail in the public outreach process, in the detail of the proposals that were submitted, and in moving through the next steps for selecting a developer and beginning to enter into a development agreement. This is a requested expansion of the amount that you've authorized to $68,000. The memo from White and Burke explains the additional work that I think remains to get you from here to the point of developer selection and considering entering into that agreement. In your October contract, you committed to $300,000 with White and Burke in the event of a successful project that they would take as a broker's fee. Any amount for these planning services is detracted from that. And so, you know, that is where that is essentially getting paid out of in this contract. Currently, the recommendation from staff is to agree to this contract amendment. And you would be authorizing me and White and Burke to sign it. The contract form was also in your packet. And I know you've all been working hard on that. I'll turn it over to Mike and Bernie to provide any additional input.
Yeah, I don't believe I have much to add to the city manager's introduction. That's pretty much sums up what this contract extension involves.
Yeah, there was some, I know, question we had received about whether these services could be absorbed internally. We think that this is a very, specialized, unique project that the city does not ordinarily take. White and Burke are experts in this field. They are licensed realtors that can help you all assess the market for the housing that you want to build there and provide guidance for the feasibility under these more complex financial terms than I think we maintain internally. And so I just wanted to be responsive to that question.
Are there other clarifying questions from council? Councilor Khan.
So we assume that there will be a developer pick, right? And I asked question, but maybe it's just like all the emails, maybe it got lost. So is this expense will be valid if we pick a developer, or there will be other work up to that point?
So as I understand it, this is the work to help you get to the point of choosing a developer. And so there's, yeah,
Sure.
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
And, you know, you have some viable options. So we're all proceeding very positively.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gill.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I did send an email to the group for us to talk about, because I think this is a good time to have like a stop gate, right? Like, and assess our structure of the subcommittee, because I can't talk to Ben or Sal. And we had that verified with our open meeting law, and we're quorum, so I can't have a conversation with Ben. I can't talk to Sal.
May I clarify? I think you were saying because the subcommittee is 3 people,
Yes.
any 2 people talking to each other constitutes a quorum.
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Thank you.
So, and I hope this, I want to talk about this because I think it does fall in line with the White and Burke contract and kind of how we move forward in the next phase of this project. You know, we get information as the subcommittee, and I really want to make sure that, and maybe you don't, maybe Palin, Carrie, and Jim don't want to know all this information, but maybe you do. And so I feel like we're getting so much information bombarded into us, which I go back to the beginning of the intent. The intent of this subcommittee was for us to take the burden off the full council, because we knew that we were going to be spending hours every single week. And we have spent hours every single week in meetings and reading material. I mean, it's been very intense, and I'm so grateful for everyone that's been involved in this. But then I was, you know, a couple of things came up, and we've gotten information, but we haven't passed it to the full council. So that just started making me think, like, I think at this point, we have all the information for the most part. We have the financial analysis, we have the 4 interviews done, we'll be getting the chip analysis done soon. We haven't received that yet. We have responses from the developers. I feel like our data collection is probably like 95% done. I don't know what else would be missing, but I would love to just have a discussion to think about maybe sunsetting the subcommittee, going back to full council, giving everyone full access to all this information so that you all have the opportunity to look at all this data, look at all this information, because it's the council's decision who will be recommending the developer, not the subcommittee. So I just wanted to talk about that now as we think about the next stage for White and Burke and how they play into this role. But we haven't had a chance to talk about this, and so this is the first time we're having this conversation.
Like
Yes.
It's really interesting. Yes, like I so want to just be able to talk to you about all this. But I think when we started this subcommittee, right?
Yeah.
Like the idea, I believe, was that we were going to do all of that work, that information gathering,
Right.
but then we were going to synthesize it and make a recommendation to the council. I think what's happened is it's more complicated than we originally thought, right? Like, I mean, I'll be honest, I thought we were gonna do the 4 interviews and then be like, okay, who are we picking, right? And it turns out it is more of an iterative process and we need more information. I think we actually can have conversations as a subcommittee in executive session where we talk about the financial viability of this project because of the confidential nature of the financial information. Right. I still think there's value in the subcommittee, given that we've been 20-something meetings, to synthesize the material that we've heard and make a recommendation to the full council. But all the information that you're talking about that we've had access to should also be accessible to the full council to kind of like as an appendices or something to our recommendation. But I do feel like that was the initial goal of this subcommittee, right? Was to do the work of collecting the information, synthesizing it, and making a recommendation. And I think we should stick with that personally.
process question. The sunsetting or dissolution of the subcommittee is not something that was on the agenda for tonight. Do we run afoul of any rules if we make a decision about that tonight?
So you have to vote to add it.
Okay.
Since it is a separate topic. You could then, you would not run afoul of Robert's rules by then acting on it, but you generally not advised to act on something in the context of public transparency in the public rules that wasn't warned.
So then it does seem that even if we do want to sunset this thing, it's a decision that should be made at a subsequent meeting, not tonight. Am I understanding that correctly?
I might
Well,
offer something
Go
as
ahead.
well, because given that you all had a very publicly articulated goal to have chosen a developer on April 22nd, and as this work has been more complicated than anticipated when you set that goal, you know, we were sort of figuring internally that we would be prepared to work with the subcommittee on an update to council and the public of the status of your work. In addition to, you know, some of looking at the planning horizons ahead that we've discussed for this bigger project, so that everyone has kind of an idea of like, we think we can enter into a developer agreement along this timeline. This is what permitting looks like. This is what fundraising and grant management looks like. This is what, you know, groundbreaking, like in a long-term horizon was sort of what we were envisioning, being prepared to help with, and at that time posing options for how the subcommittee could hand back the work to the full council. So I just offer that as something we were already sort of preparing to do in a way that would align with what the expectations you've made to the public, and kind of give you all a chance to have your first subcommittee meeting really after you've heard from all 4 developers, kind of to make that decision if you want to narrow it down as a subcommittee. You know, I think you'll be expected to articulate to your colleagues in the public, if you eliminate anyone, why you did that. I do think at this point, I mean, without having done a full assessment, I think everyone at the council has access to most of the information.
No.
So we've shared things that you've all received. It may not be all the maybe meeting minutes, but most everything is published online. So anyway, just an assessment that there is a ton of body of work that's already out in the public domain that's available for counselors to be reviewing.
Before we go to Councilor Cohn, is it your understanding that if any of the counselors currently are not in possession or have access to this information, that is something that can easily be rectified?
Yeah, and we can
Okay.
assess what that is, and we've shared information that was, you know, the subcommittee's purview with the whole council.
Okay, Councilor Cohn.
So I prefer getting all the information, like sending all the information to the council, whatever information is coming, because subcommittee is the part of the council. So there is no reason all the reports or information going to subcommittee separately. If it comes to all of us, subcommittee members will also see it. So I prefer that process because I want to read every single thing. That's how I decide my vote. I really appreciate all your work, and it is really hard work. I cannot say how grateful I am, but at the same time, my understanding is subcommittee was established, which was my motion. I really want to have all this like Sal and Ben and Adrian serve on this committee because I really trust their expertise and vision on this topic. But my understanding was subcommittee was supposed to lead the process, not just like read everything, listen everything, then bring us a summary of it, because I want to see the whole information. So I want to, again, see all the information coming to council instead of sending those information to subcommittees, such as today I saw one of the developer interview question answers because of the public documents request. I didn't know that there was a, like, developers are answering the interview question in a written way, right? So I didn't know that document was there. So these are very important to me. And I think it's very easy solution. Please send everything to whole council because subcommittee is part of the council. So thank you.
Manager Curry, is there any reason we can't do that?
No, no.
Okay.
And in fact, the link that was shared was from information that's posted on the website. So we're happy, like I said, we're happy to assess any differences because I think there's probably information that came in, like recommendations from parks that maybe only the subcommittee has got that hasn't been forwarded. Yeah. But we can be sure to assess that and compile them.
Can I say,
Councilor Cohen, go
I'm
ahead.
not saying that these are not public information. I'm just saying that the counselor working full time, having family, I just wanna see all the information comes to us. That's all. I don't wanna go to our website for every single issue we are dealing, trying to find a document. Like, it's just a basic request. So please share this information with whole council. So thank you.
Councilor Curry, is there anything standing in our way of being able to do that?
No, it just hasn't been, I think, what the practice has been directed to staff so far. So there will be some gaps that we'll need to fill.
But we can work on catching everyone up in those, right? Great. Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I think everything makes sense that everybody's saying. But I understood that we were asking the subcommittee to do all of this work, pull all this information together and come back to us with some kind of a recommendation. And it makes sense to me, having followed somewhat some of the work that they're doing, that at this point they may be feeling like it's not quite that simple, which I understand and respect. So I think my preference would be for the subcommittee to kind of figure out what they want to say to us and ask for from us and, and suggest as next steps.
Okay. And I'm not hearing anything that you're saying that conflicts with the ability of all council to receive all the background data,
No,
correct? Great.
We all have access to it all. I mean, we all are able to get it now if we want it.
Correct. Great. I think we're all in agreement on that. Councilor Alfano.
So Kerry is thinking along the lines that I was going to propose. We have a subcommittee meeting tomorrow. We're in this iterative stage where we've gone through all the written comments, all the interviews. We are going to send out another set of questions derived from what we learned and didn't learn in the interviews, a couple of requests from developers to give us more information or a change in the layout or design. And it seems to me that at tomorrow's meeting, we'll be able to evaluate, what the options will be after we receive that information. And I mean, I could go either way. I'm sympathetic to both Ben and Adrian's position. And I also recognize the value of the potential value of adding members or reconfiguring a subcommittee that includes, staff and someone from housing and someone from planning commission, for example. That it could be whatever configuration we think makes sense to put together a final recommendation through a process that, yes, has turned out to be more complex than we imagined.
Let me see if I could, I think we've heard a lot. Go ahead, Councilor Gill.
Yeah, I want to bring it back. I brought this up because it does directly correlate to the Whitenburg contract.
Okay.
And so it is complex work. I think we originally did say we were going to have a subcommittee. It was very linear. And I think, I don't know if my other fellow subcommittee members will agree, but it is not linear. It is very complex. And I think the expertise of Whitenburg is important because they guide us in this process. And I don't know where we honestly would have been without them. I have no idea where we would be without them, but I think just bringing it back to that conversation of that support, because this is complex. And I think we are gonna need everyone at this table and staff and our committees to help guide us in the next steps of this developer agreement, because I don't have like a clear yes, so I did want to attach it to this contract because I think it is important that we do work with them because they're helpful and it is complex.
Great, thank you. So before we move to a motion on the actual agenda item, what I am hearing generally is that there is a desire to address the nature of this subcommittee, whether it means sunsetting it, continuing it for a defined amount of time, possibly reconfiguring it, but that is a discussion item for the next meeting. And for tomorrow. And for tomorrow, right, okay. And also that some of us have a greater or lesser appetite for all of the background data, but that all of the background data should be and will be available to all council members equally, whether they're part of the subcommittee or not. Did I kind of summarize that well? Terrific. So we'll talk about that tomorrow and in a couple of weeks. Back to the agenda item. Councillor Cohen.
So back to the agenda item, thank you. Because my original vote on October 8th was abstain. I don't feel if I can say no or yes to this agenda item, the motion. So I will just repeat my vote because it doesn't make any sense to me to say, yes, let's spend more. In the beginning, I said abstain to this. Like logically, I try to make my mind and I couldn't find any logical answer. So I'm just like giving heads up.
If we could revisit that in discussion in a moment after we have a motion, of course, your decision will be your decision.
Yeah.
But
give heads up, that's
sure, I don't necessarily see any reason that you could not vote on this. This is not. We are not re-examining the question of should we or should we not have entered into this contract in the past. The question before us is now that we are in this contract and as stated in the contract, further funds are required to get us to this first milestone. Do we authorize that? So in the interest of moving the conversation forward, is there a motion? And then we would enter discussion before taking a vote. Yes, Councilor Brown.
I move to approve an amendment to the Whitenburg contract for an additional $20,000 to complete the Country Club Road RFP process.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Miller,
Just to correction, we would originally intended to put 20,000. They have actually, the actual amendment that has come in is for 18,000. We'd be willing to.
Oh.
Okay.
I just read what was in the.
Yeah,
sure.
Sorry.
I mean,
I did the cover sheet before I got the contract and the contract actually came in $2,000 less. So my apologies.
John, help us out here. Can we amend this? Does she have to back it out? She still owns the thing or it's been seconded now?
There is such a thing as a friendly.
Oh, there's a friendly amendment. Okay, great. So let me restate what's before us. The motion as Sal.
Oh, okay.
So the motion before us is to approve the amendment to the Whitenburg contract for an additional $18,000 to complete the Country Club Road RFP process. It has been moved and seconded.
For 20,000. She said 20,000.
She said 20. We are amending that to the friendly amendment to 18.
Does somebody have to make a friendly amendment or?
Oh.
Unanimous consent.
Okay.
According by virtue of the chair of this item.
This is great. We're learning. So let me say this again. Unless there is any objection, the motion is amended to approve the amendment to the Whitenburg contract for an additional $18,000 to complete the Country Club Road RFP process. Is there any objection to that amendment? There's not. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councillor Cohen.
I just want to highlight one thing. I just want to be very clear. I respect the council's decision. I'm not saying, oh, whether we should enter the contract. That's not my question or that's not my discussion or issue.
Okay.
So I was just trying to tell my thought process and explain it. So just trying to explain the reason behind my vote. That's all. So I respect the majority of vote. I respect the contract. I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. For clarification, I wasn't trying to imply that you were saying any such thing, only to say that that was that vote. This is a new vote on this motion. If you are free to vote yes, no, or abstain as you will. So is there any other further discussion on this item? Seeing no further discussion, a yes vote is a vote to approve the amendment to the Whitenburg contract for an additional $18,000 to complete Country Club Road RFP process. All in favor, please show me your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I see 4. Any opposed? Councillor Sheridan opposes, and no abstentions, 1. Okay, so I see 4. However, it's not unanimous. We'll have to do roll call. But Councillor Brown, do you have?
No. That's
Okay,
fine.
so we are going to go through roll call. We'll start with you, Councillor Sheridan. How do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cone,
Abstain.
Councillor Doyle,
Yes.
Councillor Alfano.
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Gill. The motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention. Thank you very much for the discussion and the vote. We are on to the next agenda item.
Thanks, Brian.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. I believe we are beyond everything that requires a decision. Is that correct?
No.
Or are we looking for some
decision.
guidance on FEMA? Okay.
Yeah. Important.
All right. Manager Curry, will you tee this up for us, or is that for?
Monica, our Director of Public Works, is here to present this, who has had the large task of managing the FEMA recovery process for the campus at City Hall, the fire department, and the police department, which obviously started, subsequent to the 2023 flood. And we are reaching an important milestone for decisions where FEMA will be making their formal offer to the city of what the amount of the essentially contract with them will be for us to spend on our improvements and repairs to that campus. The timing of this is such that we will not have a meeting before, this is the meeting before April 15th, where we expect to have to respond to FEMA's, their offer to us. So we want to talk about that and get some guidance for you all on directing me to accept or reject their offer.
And I think you're looking for a range. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can turn it over to Kurt. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Monica.
Way more information about how this is all about. And his twice weekly meetings with FEMA for years.
Hello, I'm Kurt Monica, Director of Public Works. So yeah, as manager just noted, we have an opportunity to accept an offer through the what's called the 428 process with FEMA. And that is essentially sort of a lump sum offer with less strings attached to it as opposed to a traditional public assistance project, which has a lot more reporting and documentation associated with it. So it's sort of an easier process to advance to construction. So the last time we came to council on this topic, was sort of before I was really involved, it was to approve an amendment with our consultant, our engineering consultant, Stevens and Associates, to evaluate the ability to construct a new fire station adjacent to City Hall on the Blanchard lot. And so that was an engineering amendment approval by council to look at that and propose it to FEMA. When I got involved in this project in December, that had been sort of kicked around with FEMA, and it was looking very unlikely that they were going to fund that approach. And so we shifted gears at that point and really looked back to rebuilding City Hall, fire station, and the police department, reconstructing them to codes and standards, but also flood proofing them as appropriate with our codes. So we changed the scope of the amendment, same dollar amount with Stevens and Associates, and advanced the design of that work and those estimates. And I presented that information to FEMA. Tonight also with us is from emergency management. I think Mark Johnson is here from that division of the state, as well as their partners as consultants, Brian Eberhardt and Thad Legimors, sorry, butchered that. And they've been really critical in this process. Like I said, we've had 2 meetings every single week for the past 3 months, and the FEMA process is very complicated and very short timeframes. Hence, this topic sort of just came up really quickly. It's like we were told we're going to get this offer, and we have to respond by April 15th. We don't have a final offer yet, but regardless of that, we have to respond by the 15th with a yes or no. So we're really asking just for the ability for the manager, based on what actually comes in, to make that decision on behalf of city council, so we don't have to have another special meeting in order to get that authority. With the caveat that the minimum amount needs to be $11,093,800, $11,093,859. That was the initial offer that we got. Well, that's less insurance payouts because they deduct that from the total amount. That's the minimum offer that we are expecting. We have countered. They cut out. We asked for 13 million. They cut out some of the scope as ineligible. We pushed back on that with our consultant and are requesting some of that be restored. We don't know what that outcome will be yet, but we're hoping that number will go up. And then in addition to that, we've also asked for hazard mitigation money, around 3 million, but we're anticipating that's probably going to come in around 1.4 million in addition. So, quite a lot of money to help us rebuild. A little bit of uncertainty at this point. But if we do accept this offer, it allows us to start final design. We'll have to come back to council with the contract to enter into a final design contract, and then we could advance. And it's been 3 years, right? And City Hall is still studs in the basement, and we've really not made any progress. So that's one of the real upsides to this, is that we can finally get started on rebuilding. The other upside is all the less red tape that we would have to sort through in order to get the work done. So with that, I'll turn it over to maybe Thad, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. And I'll give you sort of the overview of the FEMA process. I know it's a lot to there's a lot of details with it, and I'll try to stay out of the weeds, as I like to say, to give you that high level of where we are now, why we have this deadline looming, but the benefits of accepting this 428 offer, as we call it, as opposed to going the normal route. So the FEMA process typically will pay you to put it back the way it was prior to the event, with applicable codes and standards and some mitigation that you can add on top of that, which we've done, and we're still sort of waiting for that piece to come through. What the 428 does is it allows you and FEMA to mutually agree, and again, it's been a long road, but we're finally nearing the end, to an estimate to put it back the way it was with codes and standards. That process, being called the 428, is supposed to happen within 18 months of the event. However, because of the delays with FEMA, that extension got pushed out, thanks to the state working diligently to keep pushing FEMA to push that deadline back. But it's been pushed back to the 15th, at which time you have to accept the offer. Understanding you haven't even received it yet, and the FEMA team in Boston mainly that we're working with, they're held to this deadline too. So they're working feverishly to get this final number to us. We've been going back and forth here till the end, but we don't anticipate that deadline being extended, despite the government shutdown, right, that affected FEMA. I'm sure everyone's aware of the DHS shutdown. These guys worked through that to get us there. So yeah, there's quite a bit of sort of chaos around this deadline. But if we get there, the 428 offer does several things that a normal FEMA process doesn't do, right? You mutually agree on this estimate, which we've been doing, but then it gives you the flexibility to sort of do the project as you see fit, change around the interior of City Hall so that you don't have to put the offices that were down there back down there and make better choices with how you would lay out the interior of the structure. And then there's a lot less, reduced oversight on the back end as far as the closeout procedures and reporting. And finally, in the event that you did have a cost underrun, which again, it is possible based on your final design, you're able to keep that and apply it to other FEMA sort of eligible things. I won't get into here, but a lot of flexibility to use those dollars towards other things in the city. Whereas under normal FEMA circumstances, you'd be paid on the actual cost. There'd be every change that you did to the building would be another change process with them, another delay in paperwork, right? So although this, butting up against this deadline is not optimal, we as the state, along with Stevens and Associates and the city team, who has been amazing through this whole thing, are nearly there, and the FEMA partners that we have are working as hard as they can to get us this offer within, it could be as early as end of this week, which we're hoping for, so that we can give that to the city and the city can make that choice and formally accept by the deadline. So I'll give it back to you, Kurt, if there's any questions on the process. I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, and just want to again express my appreciation to the team from BM and Ted and Brian. We would not have gotten here if it wasn't for them. So it's been a huge asset for us. I really don't have anything else to add. Brian, did you want to speak at all?
I think the thing I wanted to highlight tonight is that when we last came to you, FEMA's estimate in their system was about $3.1 million approximately. And right now we're at 11 something, and we're expecting an additional, $1 to $2 million more. So while we had to shift directions and things weren't exactly as we planned when we brought them to you, we were able to make a significant difference in kind of helping the city in their recovery process. So it's been great working with the team. There's been a lot of transition, as you all are well aware of. And I think, the city staff has done a great job of kind of keeping things moving despite the transitions. And just wanted to share, though, that, you've gained $8 or $9 million in the last few months through our collaboration together. It's been a pleasure working with you guys.
Yeah, a huge thank you to our partners of the state for all of your work, and also for all three of you for just waiting around for 3 hours for us to get to this item. We really do appreciate that. Mr. Monica, do you have anything else to say before we go into questions? I have a question, otherwise.
No, I am all set.
Okay, so I understand that we're looking for authorization to accept some range of funds. You said there is a minimum. Can you speak to what risk, if any, is there at setting our minimum and maximum numbers too high or too low? If we accept $100 billion, does that put us, or does that expose us to some risk? Do we have to pay it back? Or, for example?
Yeah, so we're only asking for a minimum level at this point, and that is really solely based on the initial offer that they showed us, is that we wanted some sort of floor for the council to say, we're not taking any less than this under this program. I think there's a very low chance of getting a big, huge amount of money that we're gonna have to pay back.
Sure.
Thad might be able to speak to that more, but I think really what we're after is authorizing the manager to make the decision with this minimum level of funding for this work.
Councilor Doyle.
I think we should do that. And I'm also just curious if we were unsatisfied with the offer that came from FEMA, for example, they dropped it down to a lower number and we rejected their offer, what would be the next step? Are they just like take it or leave it?
it is under the 428 program, so the sort of simpler process. We would have to go back through and start over with standard public assistance and, repropose funding.
Thank you.
The translation, the bottom line is we're going to get what we get. Is that?
Yeah, unless we want to, unless for some reason the offer comes in way lower, which had really low chance of that happening. We do have an opportunity to start a new process and still get funding.
But this process has taken
3 years, 2 years. I mean, I suppose you have a recommended minimum, but if we authorize the manager to accept a minimum and it comes in $1 less than that, do we need to be flexible in that number? Is that prudent?
Oh yeah, maybe I'll let the VM partners speak to that. They're more knowledgeable on this topic than I am.
Yeah, I'll take that one for you. So this number that the city and the team has been working diligently to come up with is based on what the would cost to basically put it back the way it was with codes and standards. And this estimate has been put together and sent to FEMA. So the number that they came back with represents them taking that initial estimate of, again, we said 13 million and change, and making cuts to it, right? And that shows up in the FEMA portal, the system, at that number right now. So do I feel there's a danger of it's going to go down? No, I think it can only go up. And the feedback that we gave them was, on some cuts that were, not appropriate, right? Just to give you an example, they didn't realize that the site work outside was to install the dry flood proofing. So they cut the site work. Now, we pointed out to them that you wouldn't be able to do that dry flood proofing without adding back in the site work, right? So we do anticipate it going up, and what we're sort of haggling over is what is the number it would really take to do the work. Again, it's an estimate, right? It's not out for bid, but what would it take to complete these repairs that we've already agreed on the repairs? We're just trying to figure out the numbers now. So with them adding back in those numbers and to Brian's point, there's a mitigation piece to it. And again, I'll stay out of the real weeds on it, but we added mitigation to not just protect to a certain level, but to actually go higher, right, to your current codes and standards to make it even more flood proof, right? So that's only going to add something, right? So would it hurt to cut it back a little? No, but do I think it'll drop? No, I think you're safe in the number that Kurt has presented.
Thank you. Other questions? Do we have a motion to authorize? Councilor Alfano.
Right, I will move to authorize the city manager to
there's some good language here.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. I'm happy to do it too, Sal.
God. But it's too big.
Just focus on the last sentence, I think.
I will move to authorize the city manager or their designee to accept the final offer from FEMA to support the repairs and improvements to City Hall, the fire station, and the police station, provided the amount of the offer is a minimum of $11,093,859 less insurance payments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Good. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Excellent.
I thought there was one there and I just couldn't find it. Yeah.
You guys are doing great. All right. Seeing no desire for discussion, if I could restate, we're about to vote. The motion is to authorize the city manager or her designee to accept the final offer from FEMA to support the repairs and improvements to City Hall, the fire station, and the police station, provided the amount of the offer is a minimum of $11,000 $11,093,859 less insurance payments. All in favor of this authorization, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone.
And if I could, I just would like to update, because it's somewhat related, funded separately, but the elevator should be installed the latter half of this month.
Oh, amen.
That's great.
Got an email today. So, like, great news.
Can we do a ribbon cutting? Yeah. All right, we have one final agenda item before we get into the home stretch. It is 9:45. This is an important item. I don't necessarily want to kick it down the road further, but I would entertain that if that is what folks want to do. It's early. It still feels so late. All right. So on to item number 16. Thanks, Councilor Kelly. All right. That's fair. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. All right. Item number 16, the committee's policy. You look like you would like to say something, Manager Curry. Go for it.
Yeah, how about I set the stage?
Please do.
So you all have worked on this, as I understand it, starting almost a year ago in June, where you evaluated the condition of the current policies, started talking about what the goals of an overarching committee's administration policy would look like, and had the meetings to discuss it, with the most recent discussion about the draft policy in November. This came up again when we were having council orientation and reviewing council committee appointments, and brought this to my attention as of ongoing interest to finalize this administration policy. I don't think we're quite ready for a final yet, because there's some additional points we need to kind of drill in on. I went back and listened to your prior discussions and tried to fill in the blanks on some of the topics that you had identified as wanting clarity around. And I just proposed some language on some of those. Obviously, some of this includes terms. There's a lot of things you can do with terms. We can talk about the pros and cons of different ways to define lengths of terms, overall term limits, requirements for people to take a break, or if you just want to set, a number of years that someone can serve before they come back for reappointment, to give you that council that opportunity to assess their service on a committee. Additionally, there staff was looking for some direction relative to how we should help you all administer committees relative to those you define to be on hold or those that you wish to dissolve. Again, I just listened to your conversations, tried to frame some language to reflect what I think those conversations included. I'm not married to any of this. It's just something for you all to respond to as to whether or not it's helpful, and we can revise and come back with a final policy. I think it would also be helpful moving forward on wanting to hear back from committees, reports out from committees, work plans from committees, targeting some forward months, some future months on when we would bring those back, because that will require obviously some staff attention to get those committees to deliver those outputs for you. So I could leave it at that currently, or I could kind of walk through the status of the language I've recommended. You all have the draft policy that has some edits in it that we can further see if there is concurrence with what's been drafted so far, or if we want to define sections to pull out for further revision. How does that sound? Look into the last.
I think we should be careful about not letting ourselves get into trying to wordsmith a policy as a group. I think that we should focus our efforts towards giving some general guidance back to staff to do the wordsmithing
maybe send it around through email or what have you for comments and collaboration, but to not try to, you know, wordsmith each paragraph tonight.
That is fine. I'm just, you know, I didn't wordsmith any of the drafts that you had already worked on because I know that there had been work done with those. So we can walk through them section by section, if that makes the most sense to you. Or, yeah, go ahead.
I like the summary of the cover sheet, if it is okay with everyone, right? Because these are the main areas, right? That is asking a recommendation like term limits, removing committee members, committee status, right? Dissolution of committees. And yeah, so
yeah, these are the additional language that I thought was not already in your draft. That we can add in. So what we can start there and then go through the remainder of the policy to see if there's, if we accept the edits that are there, or if you all have different goals for the policy that haven't been captured. Does that work? I know this can be painful, but this is your policy and I want you to like it.
I just have a thought on term limits. I'm just trying to think how to phrase this. So I think kind of pulling back to like 100,000 foot level on committees. I don't think there should be term limits because I think our committees should be time bound, like very focused. Like we have our tier 1, which is set by the law. So we can't do anything with tier 1, but I think tier 2 and 3, like I don't want, I mean, this is what we can debate, right? Like I don't want there to be a committee just to be a committee and have it ongoing for eternity, which is I think what we have had, we just have these standing committees. But I think being very intentional about a committee, one, it aligns with our strategic plans, our goals. They have a very specific ask from the council. And so term limits, like I think it would just sunset when their goals are achieved.
Like I don't just respond. So, you know, some of the opportunity with term limits is like, say you have a housing committee that you think is going to last for 6 years, for 10 years, you know, that's work that takes place over a long horizon, but you may want folks to come back to you every 3 years to reapply so that there's an opportunity for new folks to apply, or there's an opportunity for you to evaluate who's on the committee. You don't have to do that, but that's just some of the nature, like the community fund board, you know, you may have that for a long time.
Brown? I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between terms and term limits. So I'm not in favor of term limits, just sort of on general principles, but I think there should be terms. And so some committees will probably only be in existence for a couple of years. So the term is 2 years. Some committees may go on longer. We don't know. So I'd like to have, and this is something that's been bugging me for a while, is that it's unclear to me what the terms are, when they are scheduled, are they staggered? You know, if someone's being reappointed, it's unclear to me how, you know, what term they're in, it's who else, what other openings there are, how many openings there are, how many seats there are. And so I think that needs to be clearly defined. So I think we need terms to be defined for every committee. And I think it would be great if they were standardized. You know, everybody had 2-year terms and then half were reappointed, half expired each year. So they were a little bit staggered, but not term limits.
So it's a question, it's a good question. If they're standardized, are all of the committee sort of their tasks, as well as the level of expertise and difficulty of recruiting people for this committee versus that committee, are they the same? With standardizing hamper any committee you can think of ability to recruit and retain talent or
Let me just clarify, because what you're saying is there's no after 2 years, someone will come back and reapply. There's nothing that forces them to step off.
Right.
The community. It's just the opportunity to reopen that, to open that back up, or for them to kind of check in with you as you're appointed.
Yep. That's what
And we can standardize that across, you know, and there might, I mean, some of the things I was thinking about is could we, if you have a committee of 5, maybe you just have 3 that are 2 years and then 2 years. If you have a committee of 7, maybe you do 3 tranches, you know, like spell it out that way. And I'd be happy to come back with that. Does that sound, am I thinking of that the right way? 5, that's 2 tranches, that, you know, 7 or more is 3.
Are you suggesting that at all too, that like if they're that it's an annual thing, like in February, all the people are reappointed to the committee? That, you know, is that a possibility we could do? Maybe this is a crazy idea, but we could have like a committee fair of like people who want to like learn more about committees and sign up or get involved in the city, that might be the opportunity for them to apply, rather than right now it's just ours throughout the year, right? Of like, oh, there's an opening that maybe some people know about. Right?
But yeah, I don't love the idea of February.
I don't whatever the time.
Regards what
Can I also just, and that's like just from a very 30,000 foot point of view, I know we've talked about this before, but having a search for a year, I feel like even more strongly that like we should always ask ourselves on the committees when we appoint people to a committee or form a committee, even if it's an ad hoc committee, what is the value that it's bringing to the city? And what value is the city bringing to that initiative, right? Like, I think there are a lot of things that we formed committees for that frankly would be better off if it was just a group of volunteers that could get together when they wanted to discuss ideas, how they wanted to do it, and then come as members of the public to suggest policy changes. Like, I think we have this kind of, sorry to be so strong about it, this fantasy that somehow by us saying you are an official committee of the city, that it has more like real authority, and I guess it does, and yet at the same time it encumbers it with all of these things that make it really difficult to do the work. And so I just think we should really think about that. Like, next time, do we really need to make that a committee, or can we just encourage those people to go forth and come up with great ideas and bring them back?
Well, an example, Montpelier Cold approached us about opening a shelter.
Speak into the microphone, Mark.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you. Oh,
I was turned off for some reason. Thank you, Jim. Montpelier Cold, for example, was not a city formed committee. It didn't have the bureaucracy and all of the formality that we have. And they came to us and said, we'd like this. And then the city was able to say, okay, we'll provide space for you to be able to provide the service. That's an example of just a group of volunteers doing that work. Okay.
And I would just offer, I mean, you know, you and I talked about this a little bit, that, you know, these committees sometimes form for different reasons. Some of them are you specify that you want specific input from the community on something. And other times the community thinks that you should be doing more on a specific topic, and they come and they ask you for kind of the endorsement to do that work. And then like a third track to think about is there's a lot of work that we do as a city that involves stakeholder components that don't have to run through a committee necessarily, or they don't, you know, they can live outside of a committee. They're part of the work that we do to develop projects and policy. And so, you know, there's a lot of different ways where there's feedback running in both directions. And, you know, I just would keep that in mind, because of some of these committees, you may say, well, I'm not sure how it's serving us. It might be because they came to you with work that they wanted to do, and trying to align that work with what you need might be the challenge.
Councilor Gill.
I think that's, so I'm looking in our document, and I think it might be good. We do have a section 3, which is types of bodies, when it talks about committees, boards, commissions, task forces, and we talk about tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. We might want to add a little bit of information as to like, so we have the purpose of a committee, provide advice and recommendations. but I think we might want to be a little bit more explicit. It's like, what is the definition of a committee? When and why should we form a committee? Right? Like Ben said, like, what is the value? Like, I'm thinking like a decision matrix, very simple. Like, if it doesn't meet this criteria, it should not be a committee. It should be like a working group or something, right? Some guidance, because I don't think this provides any guidance in here of like, why, when do we, and maybe it does, I don't know, maybe I missed it, but like, when do we form a committee? Like, when do we form a task force? Like, I wouldn't even know. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's where we got into that, like, you know, I don't know.
Those are important questions. Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I agree with the thinking here. I'm wondering if in this draft, there's this tier classification section. So we've got types of bodies, and then we've got tiers. So it looks to me like the tier definitions can give us some of that guidance.
Yeah.
So there's the legally required committees and then there's policy-based standing committees, and then task-based ad hoc committees. And these are the ones that are time-bound. So I guess you're asking, how do we decide which one is a policy-based standing committee and which one is a task-based ad hoc committee? And I think that's, we can discuss that and figure it out. And I will just also voice support for the idea that we should always be thinking about why are we creating this, whatever it is, and what do we want from them? And that we don't have any committees that are just because they sound kind of like a good idea, but that we give them a charge that says, this is what the city council wants you to do. This is what we want you to tell us or give us, or, whether it's time bound or not.
Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, I just want to add on this, but from different perspectives. So I agree, we should decide why we want that committee. Also, we should decide why we don't need like current committees. I think I mentioned this before. There are only 6 city councilors. And then like, I'm thinking we're in a ideal way, I can serve on 2 committees maximum. So like, why do we have more committees that our capacity allows us to serve on them? So I think it is also important which one. I think we should be a little bit brave and bold and say that what's great work, but city staff capacity, city council capacity, we cannot continue these committees anymore. So it is also important to stop some of the committees' work. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor O'Connor.
Well, one, something that sort of ties into that, I think we should be careful of what we're asking for here. For example, we're asking for a quarterly report from every committee. I mean, what do we need a report every 3 months from every committee? I mean, it could be that committees that have a counselor as a liaison report every 6 months. If a committee doesn't have a liaison, we need to hear from them more frequently. I don't know, but I think it's a little bit crazy to think that every committee ought to report to us quarterly, and even crazier that we should provide written feedback. I mean, who the heck is going to do that? You are. You're volunteering.
No, I was just saying, housing committee does that.
Sorry.
Housing committee, they do what you just listed. And they do this by themselves, not because there's
I did both. I listed both. So which do they do?
Housing committee?
They report.
Yeah, they came like this tonight was the 3rd time they were coming and reporting to us, right? Nobody asked, but they already do. So it is doable. I just want to.
Well, if they want to, it's fine if they take the initiative, but should we require it?
So it should be optional.
Is it
you are saying.
necessary?
Okay.
You know,
Yeah. I just want to say that
I think quarterly might be more than we need. I think written feedback maybe is a little over the top. And then I wonder, you know, if we put a committee on hold, are we reviewing all committees every year? And is that how a committee gets reinstated after being on hold? I mean, are they in the penalty box for 2 years? I mean, I don't know how it works. If there's sort of an open end there.
All right, I haven't thought about that, but Councilor Gill, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when I think about committees, I think we are using these subject matter experts' time to help provide us with a service and value. And so why are they doing this work? Why are they taking time away from their family, their work, their friends to service the city for the council? And so if they don't report back to me, I think they're inactive. And so I don't know what they're doing. And so there are committees that are active right now. Like, I'll just give you an example. So let's go here and look. There's the Transportation Committee. I don't know what they're doing. I think there's a Recreation Committee, maybe. I don't know what they're doing. I've never heard from them in 2.5 years. So 2.5 years have gone by and I'm not sure what they're doing. Are they meeting? Are they not meeting? Are we wasting people's time, which happened with the Housing Committee? People just got pissed and resigned. So I think holding our committees accountable for quarterly reports, and when I think of quarterly reports, it could just be an email. It could be on a Microsoft Forms, but could be 3 questions. So I think very simple, very streamlined, getting feedback. There should be a continuous improvement loop between the council and committees, because if there's not, there's a risk of wasting people's time. And then people just don't volunteer for the city and then they give up. So there should be a very strong connection between council and committee. And if there's not, like why are they even wasting their time? I don't know.
And I can give some, like, if we get to a point of looking at specific committees, I'm happy to fill in some blanks from some staff input I've gotten on some, like, for example, the Recreation Committee, you have it in your charter. So it makes it challenging to fully dissolve, but, you know, they struggle to have a quorum. And so that's something I would say you keep on hold and you revive, you know, you try to keep that revived. Because of your requirements for that. You know, the transportation, there was a suggestion to consolidate that with complete streets. I don't think there's any members on the Transportation Committee anymore. But when there were, that was not desirable from those members. But I don't think they're.
So, So I have a thought about how to revisit this long list. It may be unpopular. So I'm just asking the question, what if here? But yeah, right.
We did that.
Hard pass. My thought is that for us to evaluate each committee and take action to let it sunset or to keep it alive, that sounds like a lot of work that is unlikely to get done. But if we were to say something like, as of such and such a date, all non-legally required committees will automatically sunset unless the committee, a counselor, member of the public, can come and bring a compelling reason why that committee should continue to exist. Also with the understanding that any committee that is sunsetted can be revived when it is needed again. Just a thought. Councilor Cohn.
It's a great idea. And like, what's the saying? Smart people think alike, great brains, whatever. Because we did that.
Oh.
We did that, and most of the committees, like, there was a huge, oh no, you cannot. So we decided to keep some of them based on their feedback.
Sure.
And we just like stopped some of them because the chair and we didn't meet. It was okay for us. So yeah, we did that. So.
And yet it seems like we still have a hefty list of committees that we're not sure if they're active or if they even have any members.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's why I'm like, we need to be a little bit brave and say no.
And it's not like a committee that sunsets or dies can't be resurrected when we have a need for when there would be value in resurrecting that committee. We can resurrect that committee. The only question I would have is, are there members of the public that are on such a committee and it would be hard to staff them, but if they know we're in hibernation mode, we're inactive, but I will be called to action, is there a value in that? And that would be a question that we would ask, case by case, I suppose. Councilor Doyle.
I have like two thoughts. One is, I think one of the reasons that the housing committee is so effective and why they keep showing up to report is because of leadership. I think leadership of the committee, as we've seen from the subcommittee, leadership is everything. And I think, like, is there a way to help build a cohort of committee leaders, right? Of people who are all, who are the chair of all these committees? Do they ever get together and talk together about what the responsibility of being a leader in that committee looks like? That might be like a service that we could offer, right? And then I also think, in terms of the reporting back, I have to say I'm with Sal in terms of like, maybe there's a way to, do it electronically that makes it simple. But I think maybe just having a cadence of, if we have 15 committees, each one of them is going to come twice a year. And we map it out for the entire year so that, like, we know in May, not the sprinkler variance committee, but the homelessness committee, whatever, pick a committee. In May, they're going to come and talk to us at this meeting. And then we just do one committee, a meeting, that maybe is 15 minutes and we make our way through all of them through the year. But I really do think it comes down to leadership. And that's fine. When people come to a meeting where it's actually chaired well and there's energy there, they're going to keep coming and these committees will be active.
Councilor Cohen, and then.
Yeah, I don't know when I became like memory person, but when I was serving, not the city councilor, I was serving in the SAJAC, Social Justice and Economic Advisory Committee. Now we don't have it. We try to do that because of the inclusive things and everything. We brought all the committee chairs via Zoom together. We could only do it twice. So it needs lots of organization. The feedback and impact were very good, but it needs so much organization. So I am very happy to see that happening again. But just like a little bit warning, we really need to be very efficient, how to organize and what are the results and everything. But two of the things SAJAC did, it was very good.
Do we have a sense of that type of training and organization, something that someone like BCLT could offer?
Yeah, I would actually just say, I think it's like a one-time thing, like once a year, committee chair orientation, bring them together, have BLCT do it. Vermont Council on Rural Development does great work on leadership development. They have a whole leadership network thing. Bring in some kind of outside thing that just be like, this is how you run an effective meeting, how you, energize people, and just to and kind of frankly empower them to lead the committees more effectively. I think maybe they will.
Councilor Gill.
Yeah, so in section 4, I think we can improve that a little bit more. I think by having some targeted training, because prior to me coming on city council, I've worked in nonprofit my entire life. And so I had no orientation on how to be a counselor. I have no orientation on how to make a motion. I don't know how to run a committee. I'm a normal everyday person. And so I'm still trying to figure it out. So if someone has a passion in transportation or someone has a passion in one of these subjects and they want to be a committee chair, they have to have training. I think it is critical. And I think what Ben said, our housing committee chair, she is an expert. She is a professional. It's very professionalized her role and she knows government entities. So it's a natural fit. But if we want to recruit people to help run our committees, I think our training, I'm just looking at our section. I think it could be improved a little bit more and a little bit more targeted. And I like the idea of peer support, like a peer group of committee chairs. I love that idea. I think that that's critical because, as I said, I had no orientation for being a city councilor, and it's really hard.
Councilor Brown and then Councilor Alfano.
So I wanted to come back around to this question of which committees we keep, which we get rid of. And so I'm looking at this chart, this table, and I'm looking at the language that Kelly proposed, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think provides some good guidance. And I don't think it's a big project to go through our list of current committees and kind of assess them. In fact, that I see that, staff has already made recommendations here for all of these. And so I would love to see that happen, so we could at least get it cleaned up. And then I don't love the idea of making them all defend themselves every year. I do like the idea of city council being very thoughtful and about having the committees that we want and knowing why we have them. And, maybe we set a timetable for ourselves to come back and look at that on a regular basis. So I if we could, I don't know if we could, I guess we're not going to make any big decisions right now, but I would advocate for let's get this list cleaned up as much as we possibly can now and move towards including in our policy clear guidance about when the committees are on hold and when they're dissolved, and so we can keep it clean.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is, I'm sorry, Councilor Alfano, you had some. Thank you.
I'm just looking at section 8, which seems to me to be something of a to-do list for the council. It just kind of shows up out of nowhere there. I mean,
this is your work.
Yeah, no, it just seemed out of place there. I mean, it's talking about things that we would, I think about when we're forming committees or trying to.
Yeah, this should be like in the memo of things we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
And there's some of the nitpicking stuff that I'll.
Well, that's helpful. I think, there's a couple things I've heard that would, we can just drill on. Do we agree that 2-year terms are the right ones with staggered, and I'll come back with language relative to that? Okay.
Sure. Councilor Cohen?
Yeah, so because we were talking about the list, that's why I was raising my hand. Like Economic Development Subcommittee and Childcare Task Force, we announced that they are done on November 11th. But it is still there as keep, right? So these are two less.
So
yeah.
I think I think I'm hearing two things emerging from this. One of them is that we do want to give guidance to the city manager to bring back cleaned up language to us to actually discuss adopting specific language, right? That's one thing. And then the other is that there is a desire to revisit this list, and less desire to hatchet the whole thing, as I maybe be a little more thoughtful about it, but that could be its own discussion and agenda item, perhaps with a list of committees slated, proposed to be kept or dissolved, and then we would vote on them individually. Does that sound like what I'm hearing, Councilor Cohen?
I just want to add one more thing, if it is possible. I want to hear city staff feedback too, because that's another workload for them too, because they have to be in different committees. So it could be, I don't know, confidential or public, whatever their comfort level is. I think they should have a say to say that, like, look, this committee was great, but actually it doesn't really help us to do our job, right? Like, it was a great civilian engagement at Parliament. I go and take notes and guide them, but in the end, it doesn't contribute anything to my work or city issues. So I really want to hear from them too, if possible, from city staff.
Do you feel you need to hear individually from staff on each thing, or is that something that the manager could synthesize from talking to staff?
Yeah.
Okay, into the recommendations.
City staff, getting their feedback, and again, whatever their comfort level is, just share with us which ones they think, yeah, good, yeah, we are doing great job together. No, actually, it's really creating my workload, and in the end, I don't, like, city doesn't get any benefit. Me sitting in their meetings, right? Instead, I could do this for that time.
Okay.
And I have checked in with staff on that.
Yeah.
So we've gotten feedback on all of these. Again, be happy to discuss as we go through what that feedback has been. We're also just here to serve what you need and the input that you need. And so some of the recommendations I think we've made relative to like, we need to do this administratively anyway. The ADA committee, once upon a time, you had a federal requirement to have an ADA committee. You didn't have dedicated staff. Now you have dedicated staff. And so, we don't think that that's a necessary component. I will, like, adjacent to that, I will say, for example, like when we redesign City Hall, we will want to do some public outreach and stakeholder efforts related to our ADA design components, right? So it's not a full removal of the thought process around public input on these important things. It's just, you don't need a whole committee anymore to do that. Yeah. So there's a lot of similar, like we think about the stormwater utility committee. I don't really know the history of that one in particular. Staff. Okay. Well, cool. Me too. I really do. Yeah. But that's the sort of thing where I think we would set up a whole process with staff. We would seek external expertise and we would have a stakeholder component relative to that as part of any recommendation to you to create that.
Yeah. I'm great to hear that. You already did that work because we've been talking about, what city council wants, right? They should report to us, but I think city staff is another important element of this formula. So it is very important to me to hear from them too. So thank you for doing the work.
I mean, related to like the reporting, some city staff was like, are you kidding? We can't even get a quorum. Like, how are we supposed to report out to everyone, to the council quarterly? I think something like what Adrian and I had talked a little about is if you create a form and your first question is, did you meet this quarter? Did you have a quorum this quarter? If the answer is no, that's never, there's not like further feelings about it to complete. So I can sense the getting a little tired here in the room, but I want to make sure I have some clear direction on one, probably the easy one. Do you want me to incorporate the draft languages that I've proposed in some way into an updated policy? Okay, that's
Seeing a lot of nodding. Yeah.
I've heard some different ideas, which I'd love for your response to. So we talked about terms. Ben proposed kind of an annual appointment. We could start to tee that up for like next year, right? Whatever month we decide that you want to do that, get everyone prepared for, okay, we're going to look for our annual, reappointment process for committees. Think about that. We can flesh that out further, but I can incorporate that in a draft and you decide. And then followed by the annual appointment process would be, within the first 60 days of a training. I think that training could be online. It could be something that doesn't have to get updated every year. It's sort of a living process that people can avail themselves to. The reporting, I've heard some differences of opinion on the reporting cadence. And there's two things there, I think. One is, an annual work plan report out and a regular report at some cadence. My suggestion might be if you want an annual work plan, it would be helpful to say to them, please just attach to the city plan, the city plan numbers or whatever that's part of your work as an easy way to cross-reference. But we can spell that out later. But again, those sort of whether you want to require that and a cadence for reporting would be helpful.
Councilor Doyle.
Yeah, I still like to say take rejection well, but I like the idea of they come once a year and that might be the time where they have a standardized kind of work plan template for each committee and that they just come and present like this is our work plan for the year.
I don't know if that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I take the
Sorry, I just like I'm getting a little jumpy at 10:30 at night and it's getting close to my. So I'm just thinking logistically, right? So say, right, let's just play this out, right? So elections are in what, February? Is that when elections are? I don't even know.
March.
March. Then we work on our strategic plan, right? We kind of look at that. Then from our strategic plan, we should appoint our committees based on what we're working on. So that's logically like April, May. We get into April, May. And so then if you have your committees report once a year, and you spread it out, your one committee may report in June, July, August, and then you might not hear from another committee till November, but you were like, and then you're not going to hear from that committee again from June until like the next June. Like it just seems like I think it's very spread out. Like I think in theory it sounds good, but I think in practice it might be we just might not hear from anyone like for like a whole 12 months.
Could I propose that this is important discussion that we're probably not in prime condition right now to really make meaningful headway on, and that we pick this up another time? Do you have what you need, Cal?
I think
not to turn it down, but just to.
They could think through this, right? I think we want some type of reporting, but logistically and like a logical progression, like what would make sense. So I think it'd be great to propose a structure for us to be like, well, I mean, I think that would be good.
So good. Kelly?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Do you feel like you have the guidance that you need for us to wrap up this agenda item?
Well, I am wondering how you all feel about the text of the policy that's drafted in front of you. Because if there are further attention that you want me to provide, I'd love to be able to work on that in the interval. I might suggest looking at section 3 again, that you delete the first part and just collapse it under the classification and make sure that any information that was spelled out in the first gets, incorporated in the classification section.
I'll just say, I think I don't remember. I just don't remember how we came up with this document because it was like a year ago. So I would love for you just to take this document, your recommendations, and come up with something that you think is magical and beautiful. Yeah, there was a committee to talk about the committees, and I can't remember. I know I
love the idea of giving the city manager, like,
yes.
If you want to start with a fresh page, great. If
Yes.
you want to like amend this,
I really feel like we could get this down.
Like, the intent.
Pages, like I think that you want this to be workable and yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, I can't promise the final is going to come back to you all without another iterative conversation.
I think that's fine.
Okay, but I appreciate your acceptance of the languages. I think that's great work. Y'all have reduced your workload by, I think, an additional 2, maybe 10. I know.
All right, it sounds like we've
Chocolate.
it sounds like we've wrapped up this agenda item, and we're on to other business. We're in the home stretch now. I would like to point out that it is currently 10:25. Other business, is there anyone in the room or on Zoom that would like to say anything? Mr. Whitaker.
I'll start with Steve Whitaker. I'll start with the committee issue. I've said it again and again, and it doesn't seem to even be registered in the room, that the way you respect these committees and act on their advice has everything to do with why you even have them. If y'all are leading people along or creating play groups, that should be sunset, you know? But the way the Complete Streets Committee, the Planning Commission, the Homelessness Committee, the Housing Committee, they didn't quit because they were misguided. They quit because the planning director refused to take their input into the city plan. And they shouldn't tolerate that. But that's a leadership problem that y'all have to deal with. So that's all I have to say right now about the committees. Requiring uniform minutes and then using AI to summarize what they're up to so that the whole public can see it would be a great. Every committee should have a web page. All the minutes should be on that web page. You shouldn't have to comb through this cryptic calendar tool to find minutes that half the time aren't even there. So having each committee have a page, all the minutes are on that page. They're kept up to date. As far as a 63 megabyte packet this week, and it's corrupted, so the extract pages tool in Acrobat Pro won't even work. That happens time and time and time again. If we can't put a packet down that's an accessible size, we're discouraging people from even reading it. But this week's packet was 63 megabytes, and it's, again, was corrupted so that you couldn't use extract to pull pieces out. Peter's suggestion to have the agenda linked to individual segments of the packet is a good one. The $1,500 appeal fee, I won't get into it, but y'all passed an appeal fee that's illegal, and you should just realize that that's not going to sustain, and you shouldn't make me have to go through and force the court to tell you it's illegal. There's no authority for that appeal fee for zoning. I got a $20,000 quote for what takes 10 or 15 minutes to export standard reports out of Microsoft Teams. But somebody's telling me $20,000. It's like somebody's trying to hide something, you know? So the Capital Budget Committee, nobody ain't even talking about that, but the failure of us to use the statutory framework for capital budget is what's caused most of this development dysfunction and developer go somewhere else attitude. It's that we don't have our planning commission linked to our Complete Streets Committee, linked to our Public Works Department for a 5-year budget of what are we going to spend on in what order and where's the money going to come from. That's the statutory framework. That's why our growth center fell apart, and everybody just brushes it off. It fell apart because we do this oddball thing with a couple of counselors and a public works director and a city manager, and they decide how much paving and how many trucks we're buying. That's not a capital budget and program. So, and I'll agree with Peter that your system of not allowing people to speak when you're talking about the White and Burke contract, for instance, people who know the details that you need to be thinking about, that's King Doyle's viewpoint discrimination of trying to keep public comment out of the agenda items, which is counterproductive to public participation.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Kelman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just want to talk about the committees for a minute. I sent you guys a memo, a brief memo about this. I don't think there's anybody on the council who really knows or remembers how some of these committees were created. And I hear a lot of generalizations about, like, I don't know what they're doing, okay? You need to look at each of these committees carefully. The Housing Committee came because the Housing Task Force, which was a group of citizens, highly conflicted because they worked for organizations, that was getting nowhere for years and years and years. Initially, it was very valuable. That was a committee, that was a task force that was initially very valuable, but then became dysfunctional. Making it an official city committee was very important. As you can see, when they have appropriate leadership, like Alyssa Sharon, they're making real progress. I could go over with you guys if you wanted. I can go over with the city manager why each of these committees were created. Some of them were absolutely necessary, even if they meet once a year, like the committee that does funding. I can't remember the name of it. Okay, CJAC, the Social Economic and Justice Committee, did a fantastic job of bringing in consultants who did a study that showed that people who were not in the mainstream felt that they were not treated very well by City Hall. And guess what? That report was buried. That's the kind of treatment of committees that leads to committees falling apart. So I think Steve is right about that. Now, that's not the case for all committees, but you need to make sure that if you're going to be making kind of wild statements about committees, you look at each one of them and decide, should there have been a restroom committee? Probably not. That should have been handled by the city manager. But the city manager of the time passed on that, whereas it was a serious problem. And so this was kind of a compromise. Okay, here, we'll make a committee and they'll work on it, but they didn't. So I think you really need to know the history of each of these before you start cutting them. The other thing is, you can't make rules that apply to all the committees. Some of these committees, like the bathroom committee, the restroom committee, were clearly an ad hoc committee. It wouldn't make any sense to have quarterly reports. Other committees, like the housing committee, it makes a lot of sense for them to come back frequently. So don't start making rules that, as Sal says, be careful what you ask for. I think this thing needs to be thought through much more clearly, and I would really urge you guys not to make generalizations about things that you really don't know that much about. The history of these committees is pretty darn important. That's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Calvin. Councillor Cohn.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. We were talking about the leadership in committees, and I just want to say that the former housing committee leadership was very good too. Rebecca Coffins and other co-chairs, they used to meet with the city councilors regularly. They used to come and report to us. So I just want to highlight that they did a good job too. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor reports. We'll start with Mr. Sherritt. Oh, yes.
Because I mentioned it in the memo, but I just want to make sure we don't miss it in case it ends up being important to you all. That in past discussions, you had wanted us to send this around to the specific committees. I think that there's still some drafting that needs to take place, and I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to, the staff have looked at this draft as it is, so I'm happy to send it back around to them, but I just want to get that input because I'm happy to do it, but it'll just take a little longer to get the final back.
Are you asking if you should, after drafting it, run it by all of the committees before bringing it back to us?
Or at least the ones that are active or on hold, active and on hold. I'm calling it out because you all discussed it as desirable, so I'm checking it.
I don't see any harm in doing that. That makes sense, as long as the expectation is properly set.
Councilor Brown?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to give folks an opportunity to weigh in. And it is our policy at the end of the day, so.
Okay, any other comments on that? Great, run with it, thank you. Okay, council reports. Start, Councilor Sheridan, do you have anything to report?
I already made my report. If I bring something to the staff, I'd like it to be done. Stop leaving me hanging on everything. Like, I brought agenda items. They never were put on. I had to come back and ask. I brought up agenda item. I asked for 30 minutes. Somebody cut it to 15. So if I ask you to do something, do it. Don't make me keep coming down to City Hall harassing you.
Jim, I'd love to spend more time with you. I keep trying to find time. So I'll give you a call and we'll make sure that we keep meeting regularly.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Cohn.
No report. Thanks.
Councilor Doyle.
Actually, sorry, sure, but I just want to congratulate the planning staff again on the CBGDR award. That's not finalized yet. I believe the Secretary of Commerce needs to make the final approval, but the fact that we went through all of that through the first round and the second, I mean, it's a lot. And the fact that we received that award, I think demonstrates a lot of confidence in the approach that we are taking, that it's the right one. So just want to acknowledge the staff's hard, really the whole city's hard work on.
Thank you. Councilor Alfano.
Nothing to add to what I said earlier about subcommittee's status.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Brown.
No report.
Councilor Gill.
I'll just say that I will not be here April 22nd. It is spring break for Montpelier Roxbury Public Schools. So we had April 22nd on the calendar forever. I think we did talk about this in the subcommittee for our report out, but I will not be here on the 22nd. And I do want, since I'm not going to be here on the 22nd, I just wanted to remind everybody about Mudfest, April 25th to the 26th. Saturday is the Muddy Onion Gravel Grinder, and there's the Gear Maker Festival. This is co-sponsored by Bar Hill. City of Montpelier is very involved. Green Mountain Community Fitness, Gear Maker, Onion River Outdoors, and Montpelier Live. And there's an after party at Bar Hill on Saturday. And Sunday is the Mucker 5K Mud Run in Hubbard Park. And it is safe. It is all approved by Alec. He has designed the run so it's not going to ruin our trails during mud season. And that there's a mini mucker on the State House lawn on Sunday. So this is an economic development, very targeted event. This is our slowest month in Montpelier. So we created Mudfest to try to get more people into town, and the Gear Makers is specifically, they choose Montpelier, they can go anywhere. They've gone to Waterbury, I think they've gone to Stowe, and I think this is I know Jen's probably cringing, I'm probably getting this all wrong, but I think it's the 3rd year in a row Gear Makers
You're right.
here, and it brings in so many people to Montpelier. So we want them to go into our restaurants, into our shops. And so if you're around that Saturday, April 25th, and people are wandering around, just point them to the coffee and get a slice of pizza and welcome them to our town. So I'll share that with you all.
Great, thank you. Clerk's report. Nothing to report. Manager's report.
Okay, I'll follow up a little bit because one of the items that we are planning to bring forward to you on the 22nd, in addition to sort of the update on the Country Club Road process, is reviving something that staff worked on pre-flood, which is an economic development program related to promoting outdoor rec and what they had branded as all around adventure. And so the interest is, that group involved multiple staff departments. It involved multiple stakeholders that we work with related to activating the river, related to connecting different portions of the properties that we own for recreation purposes in a holistic way to kind of brand that as an economic development effort for Montpelier in the broader region and, with bigger reach. So they want to come and kind of reacquaint everybody with that, and also have identified some grant opportunities that I think are important for you all to recognize they would like to pursue and get your endorsement. I think that because of the period of time that has lapsed since that effort took place, that it's important to go and do a time-bound outreach to the public about that plan and what the grant would do if it is awarded. And so we'll come with a proposed outreach plan for the public as well. And so that is what we're planning on the 22nd. There will be a river hazard amendment. It's 2 readings. I don't know all the details of that yet, but it's something we have to do. And so that's coming. And then you all requested to see the application form for the CDRPC and TAC appointments, which I committed to bringing back that day. I also wanted to check in because there was some energy around, there's energy around the warmer weather and what that means for our unhoused community, as well as the ending of the hotel program recently. Internally, we had been planning with our public safety team to kind of debrief on how the winter shelter program went, not just at our facility, but across the community. And so we have plans to bring the stakeholders together to discuss that and understand better what they're thinking about in terms of the planning for the warmer months. I think there's a lot that we can come and talk to you, that I can bring forward to you in a presentation and meeting to discuss. The situation table has been having success that they would like to report out to you how that's been working. You have all had some questions about the actions that the city can take relative to, dealing with homelessness in Montpelier. I would like to kind of present what I think are the opportunities, where kind of our lanes are and where maybe our lanes aren't, and then how they overlap, and the levers I think you can pull. There's additionally some discussion related to how our public safety policies are enforced and how that interacts with, additional folks on the streets. I want to sort of be really thoughtful about separating out, like thinking about those two things a bit, because sometimes they're intertwined and, frankly, sometimes they're not. And so understanding like how the police are responding to issues of, open containers and vagrancy and those kind of things, I would think would be helpful to kind of treat adjacent, but also lay the picture for you of like, what are our lanes and authorities and resources and opportunities as well. And so, I want to be responsive to that because there was some significant energy from you all this week. And if there's interest in carving out dedicated time for that conversation where we could bring in our partners relative to holding that fuller conversation on what I know is an important topic. So I know this is big to drop right now, but I do want to check in if you want to give me some direction on putting that together or identify a date when we would do that. I'd be happy to start that.
Yes, please. The sooner the better.
So you have 3 Wednesdays, but because we have a strange extra Wednesday between the 22nd and then what is the second Wednesday in May, which is the 13th. So you could meet on the 29th or May 6th if you wanted to hold it to a special council meeting Wednesday. Or we can look at other ways that you want to have that conversation too.
Do you want to throw that question out through email and let us all have a look at calendars and cut back to back?
But is that, am I headed in the right direction on
I think you're headed in the right direction. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I want enough time for us to be thoughtful on what we bring to you as a agenda and partners and who to hear from, and also, do it in a timely.
This is important and timely. Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, that's one other thing. So the Berry Street bike path, we're expecting to groundbreak on that towards the end of this month. And so this is the connection that kind of goes from Main Street to where the rec center path picks up and makes for a completed bike path through that. And then we had a request, and we'll get more details, but I wanted to just check in with you all about it so I make sure I'm getting all the right details before I come back. But there was a request with Pride Month in June to allow a group to hang pride flags on all the lamp posts where you normally have kind of City of Bridges things or other events. Advertisements. So I just wanted to check in and see if I don't know how many there are. I think we'd work with Montpelier Alive to figure out what that volume is, work with DPW to get those installed. But I wanted to check in with you all, because normally we hang a pride flag and do a proclamation at City Hall. But this is a bigger scope.
I think last week, every other flag,
Mhm.
it was because someone, a constituent reached out, was not happy about the pride flag for whatever reason. And we had a whole discussion about it. I don't know if anyone remembered this, but it was every other, I know, it was,
Every other was American flag or
Yes.
pride flag.
that's what we ended up doing. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that,
Well, if there's some boundaries to what you would like to see, that would help me to define it.
also, if we're talking about the banners, those are, if I'm not mistaken, those are managed by Montpelier Live. DPW does the installation and, what is the question?
So maybe we
Is
can
that
have an
okay
agenda
or
item.
not? Are there more, is there more you want to know? Is it for the full month or for 2 weeks or for, okay, I'm not hearing, I'm not sure how to interpret that.
I think you're hearing general support, but I mean, we're not really voting on
Yeah.
on an application or anything like that.
I'm not sure there is a formal application. That's why I'm checking in with you to figure out how this is like lands with you all. And if there's great, good.
That's great with me.
Yeah, but also, do we need a formal application too?
I'm
Do we
not
need,
sure if
yeah,
there is,
maybe,
but I'll check in our
yeah.
internal. Okay, thanks. That's all, I'll leave that at that, like.
Thank you. All right, mayor's report. All right, buckle in. I got a 45-minute diatribe. I'm kidding. This Saturday is the 11th. The first spruce up is happening. Community members are coming out. Tools are being supplied basically downstate in Maine and our downtown. We're just gonna gussy up the place. Get it ready for Mudfest, get it ready for spring, get ready for nicer weather. So if you're not doing anything from 11 to 2, please consider coming down and doing a little sweeping or washing windows or whatever it is that's asked. And with that, we're on to item number 22. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.